actually. Yeah.
I know. This is the hill station of the country, as the media says now. So I guess I see Marisha, Swati. Okay, Meera and others. Maya will join possibly. Hi, Swati, Marisha.
Hi, morning.
Good morning.
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Should we wait for a few minutes or should we start?
Hi, Marisha. I think we can start.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Samir, all yours.
Nitya? Suryatapal? Nitya joining?
Nitya will join in a while. She has a meeting, but she'll be joining soon. I think she's coming on and off, yes.
All right, okay.
Good morning, everybody. Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. Excellent. So I guess we'll get started now. It's already 10:05. So I think this is to kick off a series of gatherings and convenings around urban ecology. I'm Samir. I head a Rainmatter Foundation, and we are focused on climate change as a large problem. It's one of the biggest problems that's facing our species pretty much ever. Cities play a very big role in it, right? So why I have italicized change there, because it's a two-way relationship. We are not only victims of what's happening and we need to respond to that for that reason, but it's also a large responsibility for some of the causes that have led up to it. In fact, the interesting thing is that urban ecology at this point, in many senses, is almost an oxymoron, and we have not considered it as a focus area when we plan our cities, or when we think of our cities, or when we operate here. So it's time we brought focus to this. So to start with, I just want to touch upon the idea of a city. So there's this nice clean divide between rural spaces and cities, urban spaces, and rural India. And we have very clean set ideas around this. We have different sets of rules, regulations, laws, design principles around this. We imagine the rural landscape in a certain way. We imagine the urban landscape in a different way. So what really is, we also say that, by in a few decades from now, most of India will be living in urban spaces. And that's a truth we have accepted at scale in some sense. And we are trying to work to make that happen in a better way. Right? But what does that truth really mean? What is the idea of a city really? What makes a city so attractive? So you hear about the economic argument, the education argument, but I think at its core, it's a whole bunch of people from diverse backgrounds, diverse skill sets that assemble in a place. It creates a lot of opportunity for collaboration, serendipity. It increases the entropy of action in every sphere possible. New ideas, new economic activity, lots of creativity. It happens at a few space in the city. And that's what a city really represents. It represents the power of imagination magnified, accelerated at a few space. And those are really the wins that cities have represented. But then all of this has, as we know, come at a huge cost. Right? The entropy also is very resource and energy hungry. It sucks in a lot of skills, water, materials, energy from very large parts of the landscape outside it. And as we have gotten the wins, we have also accumulated the losses. And this has come to a point where it's untenable at this point of time. So we really want the wins to stay. We really want all of the collaboration, all of the ideation to actually spread much more. So can we think outside these boxes of the urban rural? Can we take the wins from this and reduce the downsides? Can we imagine cities which actually work in sync with the planet, which are not as resource hungry, and so on and so forth? Can we imagine a new place which is, which allows us to not only preserve but expand the wins that we have created through the agglomerations that the cities represent? But interestingly, in India today, if you look at the aspirational cities or the cities that people want to go to, you'd probably have a dozen of them if you are generous, and maybe half a dozen if you look hard at it. If all the young kids out of college want to move to Pune or Bangalore or Hyderabad or NCR and Bombay in some cases, Chennai, maybe a couple more. In a country this large, don't we want 10,000 of these clusters which have a lot of collaboration, ideation, creativity? And what is it that we can actually afford to create 10,000 of has become the city question in my head and for us as Rainmatter. How do we define this this cluster that comes together, has all these brilliant things going on, but that we can actually afford to create a whole bunch of across the city, across the country, right? Without having these massive downsides to not only folks in the city, but folks in a large hinterland around it. So that's what I think a climate smart city would be if we are able to define it well. And the quest of these convenings and these gatherings is to arrive at, what does this set of attributes, what are the set of features, functions that we want to have in a city? What is the dashboard that we want to track for a city that allow for this to happen, that allow for this magic to be created, that we can replicate it 10,000 times across the country and not perish in the process? Right? Because we have about 4,500 urban local bodies, and the path they are on mimics what we have seen in the past. And that's not tenable. That's not something we can afford as a species, as a nation anymore. So we have to reimagine this at this point. So it's to reimagine this, it's to figure out what needs to be on this dashboard, how do we define a city in terms of who lives in it, both human and non-human, what systems govern it, what resources and commons is the city responsible for, both to itself and to its neighbors upstream and downstream for all of these resources. So I think the quest is really to arrive at a lot of details, questions and answers around this over the next few convenings. Today, we are focused on the construction question. Why is this a big question? Because globally, this is one report from a global alliance of construction and buildings. Construction represents about 40% of all emissions. Cement itself represents 8% of all global emissions. Construction is a very large portion of all the emissions we see. And this, of course, varies by context. It would vary for different countries. It would vary for different parts of the city. For instance, in Bangalore, Whitefield and Bengaluru, over the last decade have seen a lot of construction activity. And we did see the ambient air quality worsen dramatically over that time. As the construction settles down, the air quality improves a little bit. So this is the big question we are starting with. There are a whole bunch of experts, practitioners, researchers, administrators who are both panelists on this call and who are also listening in, and we hope to have questions and points raised by you that we take notes of and the hope is that each of us takes some ideas, some learning, some questions, some aspects of the problem that we did not consider earlier back from this discussion today and are able to extend our work. For instance, we are facing the problem of the built areas and water in a city which was, we heard reports that we would be running out of water. So we have a groundwater problem and we have excessive rains. Can better design, better construction, better choice of materials help fix this to a certain extent? So it's questions like these that we hope to go through the course of the day. And I'll be taking notes. I'll try to pose a few questions, and I encourage everybody to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. That was really insightful, and I think it's a good start to understand what we are expecting from this convening. I will request all the participants to share their questions in the Q&A box. We will be starting with a panel soon, with the first panel, which is titled Cities and Ecology. Dr. Bantanur, are we good to start, or would you need 5 minutes to?
Yeah, I think we can start if I could see Champaka is here. And I don't know, Vaishnavi is also here. I think we can start, or maybe because the time is given 10:30, should we wait for some time?
Okay, maybe we can wait for 5 minutes. If anybody has any questions from the participants, maybe you can start putting that in the Q&A box. We will start with the first panel on cities and ecology in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In the meantime, if there are questions and thoughts around the framing of the larger problem and the dimensions and idea of urban ecology, would be great to have.
Yes. Q&A chat. Maybe then I can note on the list.
Samir, there's a question. If you can share models or examples of work from Rainmatter around urban ecology on the ground and how one can participate. Do you want to take that?
Sure, let me give that a shot. So we are working with multiple partners, supporting a lot of organizations doing excellent work in the space at Rainmatter. Janakra obviously looking at a lot of questions around what is urban ecology, what are the various dimensions of the problem, how do we need to change how how urban design policy looks at it, and I'm sure the folks at Janaka can actually detail this out better. Biome's been looking at urban water and sustainable water management. But I think there's a larger identity that a city like Bangalore, for instance, or all cities, to be honest, can create around being more in sync with their ecology. We were exploring the idea of common identity like Hasiru Bengaluru, which needs every citizen, every RWA, every organization, corporate to actually imagine how they are linked with our city's ecology and what role they have to play in it. As a very small example, when we rejuvenate lakes in our neighborhood, what is our responsibility towards the next lake and the next ward downstream? And as a city, what is our responsibility towards the farms downstream when we discharge water? So I think as we start to grapple with these questions at every level, at the level of a household and at the level of organizations, this expands to everybody. So it's not just what we are doing in Rainmatter, but it's what we are doing as a city. And we are happy to support the coming together of consortiums, groups, people working on these problems. I think there is a need to participate more and create both volunteering and other ways to engage with the problem. And this is something we've been discussing with folks like Reap Benefit Work, who's doing great work in trying to build civic muscle and problem solving. So, if you want to participate in any of these, please reach out to any of these folks directly or to us.
Thanks, Amir. Nasima has a question about what are the main causes that contribute to cement industry and carbon emission. I don't know if anyone on the panel wants to address that till we start. But Nasima, I just want to add that later in the afternoon, we have someone, we have Siddharth Agarwal, who's going to talk specifically about that as well. So if you can hang around and, maybe that would be helpful, but I'd invite anyone else on the panel if they want to address Nasima's question.
Can I respond?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I'm Satya Prakash Varanash. I'm an architect in Bangalore by basic profession. The response is not with any figures and data and calculations that is available in the internet. But roughly, if somebody wants the data, 1 bag of cement produces anywhere around 7, 8, 9, 10 bags of waste. And also it contributes anywhere around 7, 8% of something like that percentage of greenhouse gas emission. Sorry if I am wrong in giving this data. But see, the point about cement and how terrible as a material it is to the earth has to be spoken from very many other different perceptions. One can look at the idea of permanency or impermanency. Samir spoke about the entropy a while ago. What are the qualities of cement and why a cement construction will not last as long as lime or mud? Because over the time, because of entropy and related issues, over the decades, of course, not right away or over the centuries, the modern cement construction is bound to perish. It will not continue. It will just crumble over the centuries. We can look at that. And if we all know in soil, if cement water is too much into the soil, or if there's even a little bit of cement in the soil, no plants will grow there. Possibly some people could be aware of this. That's why when we do a new construction, and if you have to grow garden, we request the builders contractors to remove all that so-called the topsoil, which gets a toxicity of cement, and we replace it with the manure soil, sweet soil to grow. You may look at it from that perspective. But again, referring to what happens around a building, being an architect, I'm saying this. People say, oh, if you leave it with mud, there will be bandicoots burrowing. Incidentally, yesterday night I saw a bandicoot in my own house, which was happily burrowing around 9:30 p.m. or 10 p.m. I had to go by. The fellow ran off. And they would say that we would rather cement it or concrete it. And then we do that, we are stopping the groundwater percolation, the rainwater. I notice the Rainmatter Foundation is a very nice way to call it. Rainmatter sounds very rhyming to rainwater. I like the name. But I also like the work. Sorry, it's not just to say I like the name. So, the percolation levels go down because of excessive use of cement everywhere. And at some time, if at all there has to be demolition of the building, and as you and I and all of us know, majority of the buildings we are seeing today will not be there in 100 years down the line. So what happens to all these buildings which will be demolished in the next 100 years or 200 years? Where do they go? Debris. So there are a lot of such things we can go on and on referring as a response to this inquiry. And one can look at it from your own perspectives, you can look at it. Thanks.
I missed. 20 minutes हो गया.
Chitra, are you trying to say something?
Oh, no. I've just joined. I'm sorry. I should have muted myself. Yeah.
No, that
sound is coming.
Yeah, the sound thing came. I thought you were saying something.
No, sorry.
Sunil has also asked something related. He's wondering if there are alternative materials or resources for cement which are eco-friendly and also give strength to the structure. Do you want to tell us about that as well?
We have a whole day-long session. Hopefully, this will come up later in the day. Maybe they can raise this question at the appropriate session.
Yes, so
fair enough.
A bunch of these questions that are being asked, we will be addressing this in the upcoming panels. So we are making a note of all the questions, and I just want to point out that all of them will be addressed, but in specific panels.
Satya, you talked about carbon. This is Hari here. How are you, Satya? All well?
Going on, Hari, going on, normal life.
Good, yeah.
Nothing special to report.
On carbon, it's a very simple calculation. There is no nuclear science here. If I take 1 cubic meter of concrete, it will weigh about 2.4 tons. It will have, therefore, about 0.45 of 0.45 of sand and 0.55 of cement and aggregate, right? Now, this 2.4 tons at about 1.1 as a ratio is the carbon kg. So approximately 2,500 kgs of carbon per cubic meter of concrete. If I'm building, let's say, I will take the example of an apartment and not an office block because there are more partition walls. An apartment will mean at 100,000 square feet, let's say I'm doing a low rise, G plus, ground floor plus 4 or some such, or G plus 5. G plus 3 or G plus 4, let's say, at 15 meters. Now, what happens is that I will have approximately 4,300 cubic meters of concrete. From here, the calculations become very easy on carbon. If I take another one, somebody asked just now about cement and are there any alternatives? There are indeed alternatives to cement for plastering. You can build a low-rise building with no plastering at all, but with a very simple set of options that have come in, where about 12 micron of a certain kind of application is set for your wall, whether you build it with bricks or with concrete blocks or whatever you use as your blocks. What you can do with blocks is another option anyway, but we can discuss it through the day. as Satya said. That's on carbon. Now, 97% of all buildings in India are low-rise buildings. Let's focus on low-rise. Why are we discussing high-rise? High-rise has a set of other challenges. And those again can be addressed in some ways. But if you create, you have to know that you're destroying. So, you can only look for mitigates. The best activity when it comes to the finest form of activity, when it comes to conservation, is to do nothing.
Agreed.
Yes, Marisha, I think we can start the session now since it's like 10:29 now. So I think 10:30 we should start the first session.
Yes, Dr. Bantanur, I think we can start with the first session.
Yeah.
So I will leave this to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. First of all, a warm welcome to all participants and the panelists, and agree. Thanks for Jana Urban Space for giving me an opportunity to moderate this session. The session is about cities and ecology. Urban ecology is a cross-cutting theme across the social, economic, and environmental dimensions of sustainable development. The society is losing its appreciation for the ecosystem services, thereby diminishing resilience in terms of mitigating problems arising out of urbanization, such as air quality deterioration, restricted living space, urban heat island effect, urban health, groundwater scarcity, loss of water bodies, and so on. While urbanization has many detrimental effects on the ecosystem, it has also led to innovations aimed at reducing these effects, such as water harvesting system, energy efficient homes, landscape planning, sustainable commuting, and green space accessibility. Due to these advances, the perspective towards urban ecology has changed from a theoretical and empirical study to an applied and transdisciplinary field. So we have today 4 speakers with us, and who will be dealing with the micro level issues with respect to cities and ecology. The country's Silicon Valley is plagued by unending, the infrastructure woes to muddled governance. There are multiple reasons for this, while lack of coordination between civic and utility agencies. And there are multiple reasons for this, while lack of coordination between civic and utility agencies, irregular terms of its council, absence of sustained focus from the state government, and missing collective responsibility stand out. So maybe we know with this thought, our first speaker, the Champaka Rajagopal, very interestingly, she is going to explain about unending outworthy growth, downgrading, bias demand, and developers' motivation for supply. Dr. Champaka Rajagopal is an architect, urbanist, and who works in the unsettled space of practice, research, and education. Over to Champaka. Are you here? Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Bantanur. Thank you very much. I'm grateful to Rainmatter Foundation, to Citizen Matters, as well as Jana Urban Space for having given me this opportunity. I have a couple of slides which I'd like to share. So coming straight to the point, post-liberalization of the world economy has exacerbated and resulted in an explosion of the number and variety of actors involved in decision-making spaces. And many of us here gathered for this discussion today are part of that explosive set of actors who are involved in decision-making spaces today. While this is a positive positive outcome of globalization, one key issue that this confronts us with is that institutional variety, actually endemic to the question of institutional variety, is a whole range of divergent actors. We're all embedded and imbued with divergent values and goals. And so to converge on a set of critical problems that we're facing with respect to climate change, but there are a whole range of other entangled problems therein. And rightly, as Samir Sishodia mentioned today, if you want to bring about change, it's a two-way relationship, and we can't just be pointing fingers at the other saying they are creating the problem. So the discussion today is in this context about, I speak very much to the introductory premise of this panel, as well as the day-long discussions that we're going to have today, on trying to understand how to bring about what are the causes of the question of outwardly growth in the context of Bangalore, but not just Bangalore. There are a whole range of cities across India that are facing the problem of urban sprawl. And how do we as actors involved in this divergent range of actors imbued with divergent values and goals actually come together to address this problem? Many of us professionals, I'm an urban planner and an architect. I've worked in this domain of planning for Bangalore with governments, multiple government agencies in pertaining to the state government as well as local governments in Karnataka and Bangalore for over 2 decades. There are others who work for many more years. Also on this panel, Chitra, as well as Satya, who I've known very closely. We've all been working towards sustainable development of Bangalore. But the question of urban sprawl is one which still remains unsettled, and I just want to highlight that problem. If you view this problem from an environmental point of view, yes, it is a problem because you're expanding into land, which is ideally the space of the commons, consuming greater resources. So it is a problem from an environmental point of view. But for an urban economist, and I've been having conversations with urban economists more recently on the question of sprawl, and they say it's actually not a problem. It's a positive phenomenon because it brings about a whole range of economic linkages, not necessarily a context of splintering, but it's actually linkages as well, just as much. On the other hand, urban infrastructure experts have shown that sprawl increases public expenditure, which goes back to taxpayers' money. It's public money after all. So there's this space of urban sprawl is unsettled, and Bangalore's master plans have been struggling to deal with this problem. The plans have been oscillating between sprawl and decongestion and sprawl on the one hand and compactity on the other hand. And the reality, notwithstanding all of these disciplinary debates, is that we face the problem of congestion on a daily basis. Infrastructure it takes time to catch up with outwardly growth in our cities. We're facing increasing flooding because in order to improve transport mobility, instead of public transport does take time to catch up. And so investments is a different question altogether, but we're still seeing much more white topping, increased flooding. There's a whole range of other health hazards which come about due to increased flooding. There's loss of productivity. The urban poor, needless to say, suffers the most with social safety nets, which are very selectively provided by a state which is interventionist in terms of its welfareist agendas, as Rajagopal argues, for instance. So there's a great level of political opportunism there, which is not helping us address this problem of outwardly growth in the city. And to come down to empirics, the city of Bangalore has seen outwardly growth for the last so many decades. Just in the span of the last 20 years, growth is population itself in absolute numbers has doubled every 10 years, every 8 years, in fact. There were scale comparisons in the revised master plan 2015, which was prepared in 2003, 2005, that period. And this particular slide here shows how Bangalore is continuing to expand in an outwardly way. The structure of growth is concentric, and hence the CDP 95, for instance, recognizes A, B, C zones where the historical core is recognized as a very congested, densely congested area, followed by not so congested areas. But the objective in the CDP 95 and the more recent revoked draft master plan for 2031 for Bangalore 2031, which is now revoked, of course, but both these plans have therefore, given the fear of congestion, have recommended or proposed, these are statutory prescriptions, that the central part of the city, which is already dense, needs to be maintained as sparsely developed, followed by medium range of intensity of development. And the outer edges, the peri-urban space, needs to be intensified in terms of both population density as well as intensification of development. Now, what this does translate into, we've seen the image on the right is, these were urban fabrics which were mapped in the RMP 2031. We undertook a full study of the entire city, visited literally every street, And we mapped a whole range of urban fabrics to say that this ABC zoning is too straitjacketed. We need to understand that our cities are diverse. We need to look at the different types of urban places in our cities. And what we do find is this decongestion pattern. There are planned neighborhoods in the core areas, which are not so dense. They've become more dense over a period of time, of course, but on the peripheries, you see much larger apartments. And that's the kind of pattern that we've been seeing, which also contributes to the context of urban sprawl. We recognized all these multiple urban fabrics as places of distinct social, economic, cultural practices and relationships, and emphasize the importance of actually translating some of these ground realities, place-based ground realities into our cities. So rather than going by a simple, rather simplistic ABC zoning approach, we recommended that we need to recognize centralities, secondary centers, and that's what this kind of the new paradigm for the Bangalore Master Plan 2015 was about. But we know that there have been several contentions. Not everyone is happy about these mixed land use zoning categories, even though they actually depict the ground realities. There have been several contentions about the zoning regulations themselves. What we did in the draft Master Plan 2015 was to digress from the earlier paradigm of the sprawl-based approach to compact the city, to compact the core areas and rarefy the peri-urban areas. But what eventually happened, actually, even in the 2015 master plan itself, the original intent itself did not translate into the final master plan. What ended up happening is that there were small tweaks made to the many instruments that qualify as spatial growth. So floor area ratio, which is an indication of how much you can build, for example, ended up being quite ubiquitous across multiple zones, whether it was residential areas, mixed land use areas, regardless of the nature of urban fabric. And this is a study that my student from CEPT University, I hope she's on the discussion here, Vishnupriya, who's very sharply identified how these multiple mixed land use categories have actually restricted, and they're very rigid in the way these land use categories have been defined, and they've also been reduced to just 10% or 20%, and enforcement has been very difficult on the mixed land use front. But also in terms of the consumption of FAR, whether we're looking at inner core areas or development in the periphery, what we end up with is this diagram on the bottom here, which is neither promoting sprawl nor is it focused on compact cities. So it's a sort of an orphan plan in that sense. And what we're left with today is many exceptions to the rule, regardless, in terms of whether it's compact or peri-urban sprawl. There are increased consumption of FAR in the peripheries. There are more than 1,500 large apartment complexes, mainly middle class and upper class residents. I've been conducting interviews on this. And more than 1 million people. This particular project that I'm working on is with the Bangalore Apartment Owners Federation, and Mr. Vikram Rai, who's probably not here on this discussion, but he and I have been initiating this project on working with the apartment owners to address this problem of urban sprawl and those who are interested in buying more apartments in the peripheries as well, because we need to address the nature of aspirations that these more than 1 million people actually are imbued with. What the repercussions are is of the aspiration to buy these high-end luxury homes on the peripheries. I've seen these billboards along Sarjapur Road, which actually say, come and buy apartments in our development in so-and-so area beyond Sarjapur. We are offering greater per capita consumption. And you're looking at it and saying, as urban planners, we're trying to promote the exact opposite intent. And here, real estate developers are actually meeting a buyer's demand and suggesting there's a greater per capita consumption of residential space, which means more sprawl. Public infrastructure cannot keep pace. We all know that, not just in the core, but also in the peripheries. There's decline in groundwater, as Samir Sishodia already highlighted. There are multiple other repercussions on the automobile sector. Number of cars, for example, in terms of modal split, was 2% of the total share of modal split in 2004. It doubled just in a span of 4 years. That's enormous growth rate of cars and two-wheelers over there. Of course, we're going to have increase in air pollution, rise in atmospheric temperatures. Here are some quick figures on the modal share on two-wheelers and four-wheelers and how this is tending to increase, and there are attempts to bring that down through public transit. And as the introductory presentation already highlighted, the construction industry contributes a about 11% of the national gross domestic product. The real estate sector in India, which actually does not contribute to much employment, is also expected to contribute about 13% to India's GDP. That's a huge contribution there. Now, in that space, luxury apartments has also contributed quite humongously. And there are figures on this. Share this presentation. There are a whole range of articles online, and I've only got one here to substantiate my argument that there's a greater level of demand for luxury homes which occupy much larger per capita space in the peri-urban areas. Bangalore is leading this, is one among the leading cities that has seen an increase in property launches in 2021 post-COVID. And we all know that the real estate segment in the city is promoting many different strategies such as bundled amenities, bundled facilities. So you have apartments, but you also have gyms, party halls, etc. These need not be bundled, in fact. Then you also have offers such as buy an apartment and get a car free, get a Volkswagen free, for instance, for very high apartments. There's private supply of infrastructure, lavish space is used as a selling point. Multiple examples here of how this plays out on the peripheries. Now, the question is, how do we address this problem of greater per capita consumption of space on the peri-urban areas or even in the core areas, but how do we optimize some of this excessive consumption? The issue is that it's not easy to disrupt this, this dynamic because economic linkages are many. The real estate sector is linked to a whole host of the entire construction industry, of course, but also banks, finance, land and real estate markets are also related to ammunitions markets. And I've had interviews with many real estate developers on this front. So it's sometimes real estate is just the front end of a much larger other business that is the main occupation of some of these companies. There's the food supply and food retail, hospitality, infrastructure, all of these markets are interconnected. Mega projects, which is a core area of my research. I've worked on large transport infrastructure, which is based on public-private partnerships. They are very strongly connected with the real estate sector as well. And a range of professional services. Real estate companies, professionals, financiers, architects, interior designers, all these professional aspirations are also linked to the economic linkages that the sprawl brings about. Business cycles is an area that is completely untouched in this urban planning space, and return on investments that companies are targeting. Because large private equity firms such as Blackstone, for instance, their properties across the country is valued over 2 billion, and their aspirations, their targets need to become part of our discussion if we want to bring about change in looking at sustainable development. Small firms transact in cash. We're not able to trace many of these transactions fully, but it's important for us to try and understand how the various kinds of deal-making structures actually exist in both larger firms as well as smaller firms, because it is in the structure of these deals that many of these paradigms, whether it's urban, compact development or other forms of sustainable development, the success of these paradigms is also dependent on business cycles and return on investments of these companies. And that's one point that I'd like to highlight as a core agenda that we're looking at in our project on the rethinking and shifting the intent from both, or the aspirations of both businesses, whether real estate companies or buyers, in unbundling and a whole range of other strategies that one could think about. And it's important for us all to do this together. The problem is that it's not easy to disrupt this, as I mentioned already. There's very strong markets that are embedded in this space. Mining, there's sand mining, for instance, or even cement, as was highlighted earlier. And so the solution lies somewhere, the complex solution lies in bringing together all of these divergent actors together, whether it's governments, civil society organizations, experts, businesses, buyers, many other research organizations that are working in this space. So I'll stop over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Champaka, for a wonderful session. Yeah, as you rightly said, the mid-rise to high-rise, and even again, going towards the outskirts of the city is another now the new challenges. I think everybody is maybe it has its own pros and cons. And now I would like to see whether there are some questions, or maybe at the end of the session we can take the question answers. I'll just check it out. I don't see, but my my question is what do you think, whether should we go for urban sprawl is better option, or in terms of micro cities or satellite towns is another better option for these kind of cities, especially for the Bangalore, which doesn't have as such, the boundaries are you don't have any natural boundaries as such to limit this kind of a growth. So what is your idea on this?
So in the structure plan for the Bangalore metropolitan region, who was the team leader, Brinda Shastri was part of the team as well. Mr. Mohan Rao was the environmental expert on that project. We had a very solid team. We had proposed that instead of sprawling out into newer townships on the peripheries, and land is a very precious, resource, that natural resource that we must be judicious in terms of our use of land. And so we had proposed that we need to consolidate growth centers and nodes within Bangalore, of course, but also in the larger metropolitan region. And that's a sustainable way to think about our futures, but it's not always amenable to multiple other markets, as well as political agents, which may have interests in developing other parts of the other parts of the larger metropolitan region. And we need to probably convene again to discuss these aspects.
Yeah, I think somewhere, there may be the imbalance between the, the informal settlements where, most of the time they're always connected with the nearby apartments for, like maybe housemates and all those kind of stuff. When we go away from the city, and I don't know how that is going to impact on the other sector of the, the housing or the economy of the people who is, lower end economy people and all that. So these are all the discussion. I think there are a lot of things again associated with this kind of urban sprawl as well in other way around. I think it's really a very good session, Champaka. And there is one question I could see here. How do you balance aspirations, especially affordable housing for middle class versus minimizing ecological damage? How do you get people interested in this when they aspire for better homes?
That's precisely it's a great question. Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. That's precisely what this project, actually what I presented just now is a project that we have commenced. I've commenced with the Bangalore Apartment Owners Federation, and we'll hopefully keep coming back to all of you and many other actors as well in the city. The objective is to capture the future buyers, because present buyers have already invested in these large apartments and units. So the objective of our project is to capture future buyers and actually build this and sensitize everybody and all of us to try and understand how we can downgrade our aspirations. So it's a much larger project. It'll probably take another 5 to 6 years to even get somewhere. But it's a humble beginning. I think it's important to just explore this space, and we need to do this together.
Thank you. I could see one more question from Nakul here. He's, I think, independent researcher. And what are the barriers to mandating use of treated wastewater for construction? I think, if we can take this question, or otherwise we can also have other session where I think even this question can also be answered.
Let's do that. I think we should probably wait for other experts.
Yes. Thank you. So I think, there are a couple of questions also. I'll just wait for another one session so that, if there are overlapping questions, I can take it for the next session. So thank you very much, Champaka, for the wonderful session here. And I would like to invite now Vaishnavi Shankar, who is an urban development practitioner with over 12 years of research, policy advocacy, and capacity building experience in the areas of climate governance, disaster resilience, risk perception, nature-based solutions, community resilience, socio-economic revitalization of heritage settlements, and upgradation of informal settlements. More details you can find it in the chat box. And she will be talking about urban infrastructure and their risk, vice versa with urban ecology. I think over to Vaishnavi.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Vaishnavi. Let me just share my screen. Yeah, can you just confirm if you can see my screen?
Yeah, it's
all
right.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I think to begin with, good morning to everyone. And I would like to thank the Jana Urban Space Foundation and the Rainmatter Foundation for inviting me and representing the National Institute of Urban Affairs for this important discussion. And I'm also looking forward to hear from all of the panelists. So in my presentation, I will be taking you all through 4 key sort of points. One is, of course, illustrating the impact of climate change and the disasters with specific focus on built environment. That's the focus of the discussions the next 3 days. So I'll try and emphasize a little bit on that aspect. And more how cities are playing a very important role in addressing climate change and breaking down the aspect when we talk about what an urban ecology is, what the urban infrastructure is, and how these aspects together can reduce the vulnerabilities for the risk that we may face because of climate change. And I'll just close the presentation with the Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework. This is one of the assessments that we're doing at the national level. So just elaborating a little bit more on that might be useful on this platform. So talking about climate change, I think before we begin, I should at least refresh the memory of everyone here that we are just reeling from the heat waves in the central, western, and a little bit of the southern region of India. And currently, again, we're witnessing the disastrous impact of floods in Assam. And I also did a couple of posts of water stagnation and, not floods, but water stagnation in Bangalore as well. So I think this is something that we should consider as our new normal. And also coming back to like larger numbers at the national scale. So this is the mapping that we've done. It's part of our ongoing work where we looked at the smart cities and kind of map their hazard risk for heat waves, floods and cyclones. So that's what you see on the map. So of course the red ones are of high risk, and then we have the ones in yellow, and then the blue, which is medium and low risk. So again, coming back to the vulnerability, so these are sort of the projections that if in India, if we're going to go business as usual, so the heat waves are going to increase 75 times. And in our mapping and in our research, we also found that there are over 140 cities which are prone to high risk of flooding. And I should include water stagnation here because that is a big concern as well. And of course, the big coast that we have and the number of cities that's on the coast, the dense urban agglomerations which are prone to frequent cyclones. So these are some of our climate sort of risks that we have to keep in mind. And of course, the IPCC, the special report for India specifically said that, the monsoons is going to be the biggest concern, because in India, that's what kind of regulates the climate. And with any sort of changes in the monsoon, with precipitation and heat waves, rainfall, so all of this is going to be like affected. And there's also projection of intense heat wave and cyclone scenarios. Severity and intensity both are going to like increase for India as well. And coming back to cities, like why the emphasis is on cities. Also, this is the focus and emphasis of the work that we do at NIUA. So I'll just elaborate a little bit more on that. So after many years, finally, in IPCC and at the global scale, it is accepted that, the human intervention is what is aggravating climate change. And coming back to cities, so cities play sort of the receiving end of the climate change impacts and also contributing. I think in the construction industry specifically, we did talk about the cement industry and all that in the previous presentations. But overall, if we have to look at the global scale, the cities cover only 3% of the land space, but they contribute to over 70% of carbon emissions. So how they're aggravating climate change is one big concern that we have to think about when we talk about cities. And coming back to the vulnerability, because of the density and because of the kind of construction and urbanization that is happening, and specifically in India, if we have to look at in 2020 alone, there were 10 cities in India which experienced like severe flooding. I'm not even talking about stagnation. This is severe flooding. And there were 8 Indian cities which were the topmost 15 hottest cities in India in 2019. So these are the things that is the current scenario, and this is only going to get worse. So that's why, the emphasis on cities and how they can, of course, adapt to climate change, and also to some extent look at how they can mitigate the carbon emissions is sort of the focus of this presentation as well. I will come back to the vulnerability of cities in the next couple of slides. But again, when we talk about the emphasis of cities, is the number of people who are living there, and the projection of like at least for 2030, it says 40% of India's population will be in cities, and of course contributing to like 75% of the national GDP. So talking about the number of people and the economic importance and the investments that are made in construction infrastructure for the development purpose, are all the things that we have to keep in mind when we say cities and climate change, and why cities are very, very important. So just coming back to a little bit on the built environment itself. So when we say climate change, there are many things that we have to keep in mind, but because the focus is on the construction and the built environment, I thought I'll kind of emphasize a little bit on this part to talk about the kind of losses and damages, to what extent that it kind of impacts in a city. So, disasters affect social, economical, environmental, and physical impacts. So if I have to focus, maybe say flooding and on the built environment, studies have shown that housing specifically contributes to one of the highest losses in disasters when you're talking about floods. So this could be because of the inappropriate options of design, or even the materials that were used, or just as simple as poor construction are some of the reasons. And a study that was conducted in Bombay post the flooding also did kind of identify that the people spent a lot of money in repairing their houses. So that's kind of the economic stress that people also have to like face after the disaster. And besides that, the sociological and psychological sort of impacts also makes people more vulnerable moving forward. Their livelihood may be affected, like maybe their houses are damaged. So all of these are reasons for these kind of vulnerabilities to rise as well. So it's not just physical sort of damages that we're looking at. So when I think earthquake and earthquake resistant buildings are to some extent has been mainstreamed in bylaws, in at least in the high risk areas. So I think moving forward, emphasis on the kind of disasters that each of the cities may face, and kind of looking at the building bylaws to see, of course, in a planning level, looking at low-lying areas and the green cover, all of these matters. But at least at a building level, even looking at the building bylaws is also one of the things that is very, very important moving forward. I think I'll be very, very brief about this, but this is talking about when we talk specifically on built environment, it's the cooling, heating, and the lighting is where the large amount of energy consumption happens in the buildings. So I think just focusing on these, like the envelopes and the kind of lighting, to use other equipments, if we can reduce on that end, and of course make the building more energy efficient, there's a lot of potential in reducing the energy consumption in the building. So this is looking at the mitigation aspects of climate change. So, buildings in India contribute to 35% of the total energy consumption. So if just looking at the cooling and the lighting to some extent, that would play a very important role in looking at buildings per se. So this, I'm just going to like break down a little bit on like from the built environment, just zooming back to at a city level. So just consider this cross section that you see on the city as a typical city with, of course, the sea and a couple of water bodies. And in the next few slides, I'll try and break down what we mean by urban ecology, just sort of defining that, because what I'm going to present later kind of like relates to that, right? So establishing that would be helpful. And talking about urban infrastructure and specifically what the risks and vulnerabilities are. So when we talk about urban ecology, it's about how the interaction, right, between the humans and their surroundings. And when we talk about urban, it's about the built environment. It's of course even the natural landscapes that's around. So it could be your water bodies, it could be your open spaces, it could be of course people and different communities, and the urban biodiversity that is probably there in that particular city. And with respect to the built environment, it's your buildings, it's the other infrastructure that is required, maybe your metro lines or your roads, and all of that puts together is what we say as urban ecology. And in specific, if you have to talk about urban infrastructure, so there's one aspect of services. This is your basic needs like your water, sanitation, housing, but the infrastructure that is required to provide those services kind of like falls into the category when we say urban infrastructure. So the electricity that buildings require, so the infrastructure for that, so your water treatment plants, your water pipes, sanitation treatment plants, if it's waste management, if there are any landfills in the peri-urban areas, or if waste to energy plants are there, or decentralized systems for waste management, all of these are the sort of infrastructure that we're talking about. And even health services to some extent, if there is a clinic or even like government hospitals. So all of these come under the urban infrastructure when we talk about in a city. And so overall at a city level, infrastructure, and you have the ecology, and institutions also play a very important role, right? And although this, I'm not going to be emphasizing a lot on this, but just to say that it's not just the built environment, it's all the institutions. I think Champaka also was talking about how the role of different stakeholders in making any change that is required in the urban system, right? So you have your transport department, you have your water supply sewerage department, your local urban local body, your municipal corporation, your development authority, your lake irrigation department. So many other departments who all have to play a role. And of course, the citizens and the other communities, CSOs, all of the different stakeholders in that sense. So overall, we could probably say city is like a complex web of institutions, infrastructure, environment, and information. So the reason I'm also saying information is you need that kind of data to make sort of informed decisions. So in that sense, the information that could be shared around as well. So coming back to climate related sort of challenges. So at least there are two things that we talk about when we say climate. One is the stresses and the other one is shocks. I'll come to shocks in the next slide. But when we say stresses, it's like chronic sort of challenges. And mostly it is the urbanization challenges that any city could face. So it could be depleting green cover or inadequate waste management systems, shortage of water, or depleting groundwater, poor air quality, even things like high unemployment or lack of affordable housing. So all of these are kind of the stresses that predominantly most cities do experience. And overlay that with the shocks that I just spoke about. So say if there are any vector-borne disease outbreak, or of course the ongoing pandemic, flooding, cloud outburst, heat waves, cyclones. So the overlay of that and this is what is very, very important, because if a city is functioning in an efficient sort of a manner, so irrespective of any kind of a shock that may happen, they may be able to like react and respond and sort of recover from that more efficiently. So the vulnerability to that particular disaster is lower. But if not, then that kind of adds the additional sort of risk. So let us just maybe look at the situation of a heat wave. So of course, when there's a heat wave, if you're indoors, then your building envelope plays a very important role. And if you have access to cooling devices, then that kind of like is a respite. If you're outdoors, and of course, because of work or your livelihood opportunities, there's no option, but you have to stay outdoors, then of course, the tree cover and the shaded areas is what is very, very important. Access to drinking water. So your aspect of water supply plays an important role. And in worst case scenarios, when when you need access to healthcare services in extreme cases, then that's also something that could be considered as required during a heat wave. So if a city has all of these systems in place, like, when we talk about building envelope and shaded areas, I think globally, a lot of the organizations talk about the thumb rule of 330 and 300, saying that from your window, you'll have to at least see, you should be able to see at least 3 trees, and at least 30% of your building needs to be shaded by, by the tree cover, and you should have access to a park not more than 300 meters from your house or where you stay. So these are the things that play an important role. So all of these, if they are part of your urban planning and your development sort of rules, then when a heat wave sort of happens in your city, then you're better equipped to sort of tackle that. So that's where you can reduce the vulnerability to that particular disaster. And another example of say floods. So here, of course, if it's your stormwater drainage network, if it's like well connected, and if there's focus on low-lying areas, maybe hopefully there are no development in those areas. And when we talk about natural sponges or like permeable surfaces, which can like absorb water and delay the flooding to some extent. And of course, access to basic needs. So if there is some area which is like kind of flooded, sort of an island that has been created, then access to food and water and other basic needs until that kind of like recedes is an immediate requirement. And there's one other overlay here for floods specifically is the waste management. So there are many cases where after the flooding, so the flood water kind of like mixes with the waste if it's not like collected and if they were lying around in the roads. And there are high chances of any kind of waterborne disease and outbreak of that can occur because of that. So when you're still kind of dealing with floods, then immediately, the health services will have to start tackling this kind of an outbreak. So again, establishing another scenario where if your services and your infrastructure is resilient in that sense, then you can sort of tackle your floods in a more efficient sort of a manner. So again, just to sort of sum up, how your urban infrastructure and even the environment to some extent can play an important role in reducing climate risk. So on the left, what you see is sort of mitigation, and you're right, adapting to the changes per se. So of course, your green cover, when you talk about environment, the focus is on carbon sequestration, the amount that it can actually contribute to that. And the other things that cities can start looking at is increasing the use of renewable energy, specifically solar for the rooftops and many other areas. There's quite a bit of renewable energy that can be like used. So there are examples of in Delhi, in the schools that they have used rooftop solar. So they've been able to consume, I don't have the numbers with me, but they had excess and they gave it back to the grid and also made some money out of that. So there's quite a bit of potential on that, and at a city level that can be done. And of course, focus on green buildings, low carbon mobility, looking at energy efficiency in the water and wastewater systems and the treatment plants. And of course, the waste management, because there's quite a bit of methane emissions. So emphasizing on that is something at a city level that can be considered for mitigation. And for adaptation, so I did emphasize on heat waves and floods as to how your natural sort of environment and landscapes can play an important role. And with respect to infrastructure, it's your stormwater drainage, it's your waste management, entire system that is there in the city. And if the buildings can be disaster resilient as well, and good access to critical services, basically the basic needs that we need for drinking water, telecommunication, and example is in Australia, Wellington. So there the concern is earthquake. But also when that happens, they don't have access to water because those water pipes kind of get like broken. So they came up with decentralized sort of tanks that is there in that entire sort of city. So in case of an earthquake and the water pipe is kind of broken, they still have access until that is kind of fixed. So looking at those basic needs is also something that needs to be considered. And of course, overall the health infrastructure and access to that as well. So I'm going to like just sort of take you all through a couple of examples to sort of demonstrate this. I don't think this is required for the audience we have here, but again, just to like emphasize on the small interventions that can be done to kind of like, adapt to climate. So this is an example from Paris. It's called Oasis Schoolyard. So here the issue was heat waves and also sort of water stagnation in certain areas. So this was part of their resilience strategy, and they realized that every sort of a Parisian, their resident, is not more than 700 meters from a schoolyard. So they're like, that's something that we can use. And there are quite a few schools in the city. So the first thing is look at the schoolyard, make the surface permeable, and maybe add more trees. And with a pilot in one sort of a school, they were able to identify that there was a decrease in 1 to 3 degrees in the daytime air temperatures, and also water absorption of 4 to 16 mm. So currently, of course, they're trying to scale it up across, but a small intervention.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you be a little bit quick so that we can take a couple of questions, and then we need to wind up by 12 o'clock here.
All right.
So
sorry. Then I'll. So this is a water square. So the previous one was sort of a landscape intervention, but this is an infrastructure intervention. So again, you have like water tanks and convert that to public space. So again, Surat is trying to replicate something of this kind in their city. I'll probably share the slides and you can take a look at this later. And looking at your buildings, there are many examples. I'll probably skip this, looking at how you can use various methods of cooling. And this is a retrofit sort of an approach where in Ahmedabad, that was the first city that had a heat action plan. And apart from the plan, there were many other initiatives that were taken. One is the cool roof initiative. So just paint your roof white and the indoor temperature reduced 3 to 7 degrees. So a retrofit sort of initiatives on that end. And to close, basically what I'm trying to also say is there are many things that can be mainstreamed in the urban development when you want to tackle climate change. And this particular framework, which was launched by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, kind of looked at it in that way to kind of assess cities and basically nudge cities to start thinking about the development from the climate lens. So we have 5 thematic areas and 28 indicators. So in 2019, there were 96 cities that participated, and in 2020 we assessed across 126 cities, and this is sort of a performance of the cities from the 2 years that we kind of assessed them. And also the framework kind of looks at the helps them develop a roadmap as to how they can start mainstreaming these actions in their development per se. So if this is an example of disaster resilience, then we're talking about having a disaster cell, doing mock drills, getting volunteers in place, doing your hazard vulnerability risk assessment, developing a city disaster management plan, and looking if it's end-to-end early warning systems that's required, and if the city has an integrated command and control center, if that can be integrated there. And overall looking at other measures, looking at your master plans, your building bylaws, and other areas where these regulations can be sort of mainstreamed. So just this framework in that sense helps cities to develop a roadmap. I think I'll stop at that. But yeah, the focus mostly was on climate change and cities as a whole as to what is it that they have to do. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. It was indeed a good presentation where exactly we do talk about more. One way we talk about urbanization is always better, and in other way around there are a lot of other consequences, especially in terms of climate change and even in terms of ecology. There are a lot of things actually. In fact, we need to look after, and what are the maybe we can even prioritize the things like which is more important, and so that we can deal with immediately with the timeline. I think there are a lot of things which needs to be addressed immediately. So there are a lot of questions I could see here, but with the time, if you permit, so that I can just text it in the here so that you can just answer those queries if possible, and if time permits we can take it even the end of the session. Okay, thank you. So yeah, thank you so much. And now moving on to the third session, which is talking about interlinkages between the blue, green and gray infrastructure, which is another need of the the hour, I should say, because estimates show that by 2050 people living in urban areas are likely to account for 66% of the world population. As urbanization is expected to increase worldwide, increased urban development promotes increased surface runoff and reduced infiltration, and again due to the establishment and construction of large areas, impervious surfaces and pavements, increased urban flooding incidents are now one of the common environmental challenges in many of the cities across the globe. And this is again one of the need, I should say. But apart from that, not only the blue needs to be addressed, but apart from that, this is also important to address blue, green, and then the gray infrastructure. So to deal with that, Shreya Nath is here. She is working with the ATREE Foundation, and she is the director of Green Cities and Towns Initiative at the Center for Social and Environmental Innovation. The details I'll post it here, and over to Shreya.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bantanur. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Firstly, thank you, Rainmatter Foundation and Jana Urban Space for inviting me to speak here. I'm just going to jump straight into the presentation in the interest of time. So firstly, what is blue, green, and gray infrastructure? Blue infrastructure essentially refers to all the water bodies in a city, whether they're surface or underground. So be it our lakes, rivers, or the aquifers. Green infrastructure refers to trees, green roofs, facades, and anything that you can actually see that is green in the city, including roof gardens. And gray infrastructure essentially refers to everything that's man-made. So whether that's sewage treatment plants, pipeline networks, a road network, or stormwater channels. So currently, the material flows between the blue, green, and gray layers are being ignored, which is what causes climate threats. I think Vaishnavi covered this pretty comprehensively, so I'll go through this fairly quickly. First, let's look at the flows of water from the gray layer to the blue layer. So essentially, because we're dumping sewage as well as garbage into our stormwater channels, our water bodies are left perennially filled with wastewater and untreated sewage. There's also chemical contamination that causes the water bodies to become polluted. And we also have garbage floating in them. And because of that, they're unable to buffer the city from floods in the case of a rain event. This is also affected by the way we lay out our cities, which Champaka covered fairly comprehensively in the first presentation. Now, looking at the opposite end of the spectrum, looking at how the blue layer actually affects the gray layer. So because we have been able to tap into rivers which are far away, we're able to get more and more water, and our buildings aren't becoming as water efficient as they should be, which in the case of a drought-prone city, they would automatically need to adjust and do. Similarly, we have high levels. It's based on Jevons principle. The more you have, the more you take. So because there's so much unaccounted for withdrawal of groundwater, the norm isn't using water efficient fixtures, etc. And because of that, we've become one of the most overexploited groundwater cities in India. Now looking at the intersection of all three, and I think the urban form, the layout of buildings, and the buildings themselves actually encompass this really well. One of the main factors leading to poor groundwater recharge is the way the city itself is laid out. And all of these leads to droughts. Another thing is the stormwater channels not being properly managed because of the way buildings come up sometimes in the middle of what should have actually been a Rajagopal way or a stormwater channel, again causes floods. And finally, buildings themselves mimic countries where the climate is much more temperate. So there is overheating in buildings, there's an overdependence on air conditioning, and that is exacerbated by the fact that our green cover is declining. And because of that, our cities are not very walkable. And public transport, which was touched upon also, is unable to keep pace with the ever-growing demand for people commuting. And all of this leads to extreme heat. So here, this clearly illustrates the current paradigm we find ourselves in, which is we have a disjointed series of layers. We look at blue infrastructure separate from green infrastructure. They're managed by separate bodies, and they're also, the interconnections are completely broken down with the way we've planned our gray layer, which is essentially everything that we've built. But there are solutions. So one of the key things that we would need to do at the blue infrastructure layer is look at how we can restore water bodies and waterways, and also look at how we can boost groundwater recharge and rainwater storage. With green infrastructure, we really need to put in green cover wherever we possibly can in the city, but essentially do this in a sustainable way. So whether it's increasing the amount of, because we have such a highly dense built up environment, looking at how we can increase green cover on rooftops, as well as traditional parks and forests, or even just looking at the way sidewalks can become green spaces, which will increase walkability, which will increase general livability in the city. And finally, the grey infrastructure. As you can see, there's a maximum number of things that we need to do with our grey infrastructure. So that would include boosting wastewater reuse, improving our solid waste management systems, increasing the amount of permeable pavements. One of the building bylaws states that you have to have 30% of every apartment, gigantic apartment complex empty, but it doesn't specify how much of that should be permeable and what level of permeability should be catered to. And that could be a huge change in the amount of rain that the city absorbs. Similarly, we need to improve our stormwater drains and our pipeline networks. And we also need to make buildings climate responsive and built in the context of the areas that we live in. So what could that actually look like if all of these systems work together? This somewhat looks like a utopic living environment where you have buildings which are very green, you have clean water bodies, you have paths that you can walk around, you have interconnections between the surface and groundwater systems, which are not clogged up by layers of silt under the lakes. But all of this needs cooperation. It needs cooperation between regulators, between active citizenry, and also responding to the market. We are a country of people who have large aspirations. So any plans that we make need to cater to that, but also take into account the fact that you need to balance the green and the blue environment as well. So how do we apply the idea of planning for these material flows and catering to those three things that we just spoke about when they have been previously ignored? We are trying to address one of these examples in the initiative that I lead by boosting wastewater reuse and treatment in the city. And I'd be happy to answer the question that came up earlier about wastewater treatment in apartments. So this is a Sankey diagram showing the wastewater flows, the water flows in Bangalore. So currently, approximately, we get around 2,000 million liters of water per day into the city. Around 1,400 of that comes from the Kaveri, and another 600 is drawn out from borewells, private borewells. And a third of that approximately goes unused. A third of it is actually treated in decentralized STPs, which is a massive amount. It's Bangalore and San Francisco are the only two cities in the world that have piloted this approach to wastewater treatment. And a third of it gets treated in centralized STPs. But what is unfortunate is that even though so much of the water is being treated, almost a third of it goes unused and actually flows into the same lakes where you see large amounts of untreated sewage. I think almost everyone who lives in Bangalore might have seen this image of Bengaluru Lake foaming, and almost 90% of the reason that the lake is polluted is because of domestic sewage, whether it's untreated or whether it's poorly treated wastewater effluent that's reaching there. So we started to look at how this environmental bad could be turned into environmental good, because wastewater is not just a problem, it's a huge opportunity. In a city where we have a more enormous amount of water that goes towards things like construction, we think that this paradigm could be changed. We first started to look at why wastewater is largely going unused in apartments, and why do apartments view wastewater treatment as an unfair why do they see it as almost like the bane of their existence rather than something that could be an opportunity? And there were 6 key reasons. One is there is a negative perception with regards to wastewater. And this is universal all around the world. Even in a place like Singapore, where the quality of water treatment is probably 5x of what comes out of apartments in Bangalore, the government doesn't really tell the citizens that it's actually putting the water back into their potable sources. They do what is called indirect potable reuse, where they inject the water back into water bodies and then it's drawn out. So the perception we circulated a survey with around 200 residents of the city, and when we asked residents, would you be willing to drink water that is treated in decentralized STPs? Almost everyone universally came back saying no. And when we said if there was a clean, pristine lake and there was water that was constantly pumped into it from an apartment, would you drink that water? And almost everyone came back saying yes or maybe. So perception can be addressed in the way we plan. The second main issue was monitoring protocol. currently, it's mandated that apartments do monthly or bi-monthly tests. At best, this is being done on a monthly basis, but real-time monitoring systems are something that is currently being mandated, but it's impractical because it's very, very expensive at the moment. A real-time monitoring system, which can give you the list of parameters mandated by the Pollution Control Board, costs anywhere between 12 and 18 lakhs. But there are workarounds even here. And a good alternative until those systems, those sensors come down in terms of price, is doing everyday test kits. It's very similar to a litmus test. It works on a calorimeter basis where you just dip the test kit into water and it tells you what the quality of certain parameters are. And that gives residents a quick check to know, okay, my water might look like it's not clean, but actually it's not harmful for me. And the third thing is there's a disconnect between builders and residents in terms of their motivations. So when it comes to STP selection, builders opt for STPs which can fit into small spaces and are not very expensive in the beginning. But what this translates to in the long term is higher operating costs. So Champaka touched upon this by saying that we need to have new home buyers educated about the decisions they make. And I think this point is very, very valid in the case of STP selection. Most new home buyers don't know what a sewage treatment plant is until they enter a large apartment complex and they realize that the bill for the sewage treatment is almost as much as the bill for their electricity. And then suddenly they know everything about sewage treatment that they should be knowing. The fourth issue is that tankers are not really willing to transport wastewater because they're afraid that this will deter them from their primary source of business, which is freshwater treatment. And the mandate currently doesn't offer options outside of the apartment fence, which is very important if wastewater is going to be used up, because that is what can propel an economic case for reuse. So to address this, we've launched 3 campaigns. The Grey to Green campaign, which attempts to use wastewater from apartments for greening public parks, private green spaces, and urban farms. Grey to Blue, which will eventually need the wastewater that comes out of apartments to go through another layer of tertiary treatment so that it can be plugged back into the aquifer. And that will result in more water security. And Grey to Yellow, which addresses the construction issue. Construction uses almost a fourth of the water that comes into the city on a daily basis. That's 500 million liters a day out of the 2,000 million liters a day. And if there's some way that most of the water used in construction could be offset by this wastewater, that would be a huge amount of fresh water available for our growing population. So how are we doing this? We're doing this through a network of partners that we have created. Currently, we're working on the Grey to Green project with the Pollution Control Board and the BBMP. We should have a launch for this pilot soon. We're estimating it should be somewhere in mid-July. And we're also working with FluxGen, who's a startup that does water quality monitoring, and IAPMO, which is the Indian Plumbing Association, which also deals with these test kits that I just spoke about. So what would the impact of these 3 campaigns result in? Like I mentioned before, construction takes about 500 milliliters a day of water per day. All of the wastewater in the city could essentially be used for something which is currently using fresh water, apart from the aquifer recharge. And in this model, we're only discussing the water that's currently being treated. But we feel if wastewater is commodified and it is something that becomes economically valuable to people, then all of the water, it will be seen as a valuable resource, and all of the water will eventually get treated. And that could mean that we have around 600 milliliters a day of fresh water available through aquifer recharge. So thank you. That was my presentation. Does it?
Thank you, Shreya. It's a really interesting presentation. In fact, I would like to see. Somebody needs to. Okay, yeah, great session. In fact, just I'm curious to know about, how exactly these things are literally integrated. And I am actually wanted to know, when you say about green, blue, and then gray integration, is there any qualitative way to measure it, by looking at one of the structures or the project? Can you measure it quantitatively so that, it can be justified in a more better way? So apart from that, I would like to take 1 or 2 questions here. Yeah.
I think a very good set of metrics for measuring whether we are keeping the blue, green, and layers in balance are just looking at the natural ecosystems. How much biodiversity do we have? For example, the ecologists at ATREE keep joking and saying, if we see a hornbill in Bangalore, then we know we've really done our job of trying to integrate the 3 layers together. Another really good way that one can see whether it's being designed in harmony is looking at groundwater recharge. Sponge cities inherently do take into account the intersection of these 3 layers. And if our monitoring wells are all filled with groundwater, that's another great way of knowing whether we're doing our job right. So I think those are 2 good metrics. And I also think livability is a huge thing, because for this to actually work, you would have to have green spaces within walkable distance from where people are living, because that is the only way in which one can actually integrate groundwater recharge, integrate air quality, and all of the other things that I touched upon.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be a lot of indicators which may also even overlap with the livable index or, happiness index or, green city index and smart city mission. Definitely, I think there may be some kind of overlaps to overcome all this, the interlinkage kind of a thing. So thank you so much. I think there is one question from Tanmay. I'll just read out just for you. To manage the urban groundwater, protecting potential recharge areas of the aquifers is must. Concretization of natural recharge areas, construction or reclaimed lands, increase in reclaimed land by reducing the river, stream, lake, pond, and many such reasons is impacting the urban flooding. However, the reason highlighted for this is very high intensity rainfall. I think this is a more of a kind of a suggestion or the statement he has made, but could you want to have?
I think it's building resilience into our cities now has to become the norm. We should plan for high intensity rainfall. And of course, it isn't possible to completely buffer a city from floods. I think Shanghai is a very good example of that. China has piloted several sponge cities, all of which did fail during extremely high rainfall. But during a normal rainfall event, the city still floods. It isn't as if when we have moderate rainfall, the city is doing great. So in moderate rainfall, the city should do fine. And in high rainfall, we should divert water into areas where there's minimal damage to property. So lakes could be one such area. Looking at parks which are not going to be used in heavy rains could be another area. So we can plan for extreme rainfall events as well.
Okay. I think Champaka would like to ask question. Champaka, can you ask question?
I just have a brief comment to that complements Shreya's presentation and her specific thought on sponge cities. Quick sharing of an experience we had. We actually also need to work with the Public Works Department to change their the material specifications in the schedule of material specifications they have, because that is also linked to the existing value chain, and that's quite a difficult challenge. No one's willing there to change the existing nexus.
And most of the time these are very rigid policies and very time-based policies, very maybe sometimes very difficult to change that instantly, based on the need of the hour. But yes, definitely it has its own pros and cons again. And thank you, Shreya. And
Dr. Bantanur, can I just address a question that came up earlier about the fairness of wastewater treatment?
Sure.
So I'm not quite sure who raised it. I apologize, but we've done a study with AWAG, which is a Swiss institute, on the perceived distributive fairness of wastewater treatment, both in Bangalore versus San Francisco. They have 2 different models. In Bangalore, it's squarely aimed at middle income housing. In San Francisco, it's a voluntary basis and it's aimed at the rich. But what is interesting, what we found is, as soon as we realized that people could have an economic benefit from wastewater treatment, everyone started to feel like it's more fair than it is currently now. So if we build the economic case, I think we address the issue of fairness as well. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Shreya. And I think move on to the fourth and the final session, last speaker of today's session on cities and ecology. the community-led infrastructure retrofit planning to make water positive neighborhood. I think this is again going to be a more interesting session, because we are talking about how the community plays an important role in dealing with these kind of issues. And we have Dr. Bhakti Devi. She is from Rishihood University, and she is a professor at Rishihood University, charged with the responsibility of designing a unique field-based Jala Fellowship program. She is also founder of 2 water impact platforms, Jala Shmriti and Urban Water Doctor, and with work experience across Australia, New Zealand, and India. Over to Bhakti, and more details I'll just post it here. Yes, Bhakti.
Yes. I want to apologize for my voice. I've just coming out of a flu. So I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for this opportunity. Literally it's a squeeze into the agenda, which was possible. Thank you. I won't be spending a long time. I just wanted to share the work that we are doing based on the way we are looking at this issue as a what problem statement I'm just wondering if I can share the presentation. I'd forwarded just a few slides. So I just wanted to start by saying that, the way we look at the problem statement is this, that the urban neighborhoods that we see as of today are a result of the residents not participating or not owning the process of whether it's envisioning, designing, retrofitting, planning their own locality. And that's why they are in a state that we see them today. And the other one, the next one, next slide. Can we move to the next slide? Yeah. And also the fact that the residents have no way of seeing or knowing or measuring the impact of any individual actions or inactions that happens at the neighborhood scale. So with these 2 things in mind, what Jal Smriti has chosen to conceptualize a project, and this project also has come out of my experience back in Sydney, where we did an action research project with the community at the subcatchment level to see how we could involve the community in creating or recreating or retrofitting their neighborhoods, stormwater management and the landscapes around them. And we went through a process of involving the community, sharing with them about the subcatchment and engaging with them, and then seeing how they began to envision and also develop some action plans around it. So keeping that experience that I had in mind, over here, what we are doing is, if you can please move to the next slide. So the solution approach we are taking is, what if we involved the residents and allowed them to own the process? What could be done? How they could be transformed? And the second one is that if we gave them the tools that allow them to measure the impact of what they do, then how would that change the situation? So with that, thing in mind, we, at the moment, we are, the GEL Fellowship program in Rishihood University is actually, what we are doing is individuals located in various districts who become participants of the program are going to be empowered with tools to start engaging with their own community at a very small neighborhood scale. And the idea is to utilize some tools that allow the community to, first of all, understand what is the water flow within the area, whether it is in terms of rainwater as well as any potable water that's coming in through various means. It could be the city water supply network, or it could be tankers. How does the water flow out of their neighborhood catchment in the form of stormwater, in the form of sewage? And once we start to bring people, give them the visibility in terms of numbers and help them understand how the water is flowing, and then engage with the idea of what are the various actions that could improve the water security situation. And of course, what that means is the actions will be more around what actions you require in the neighborhood from the private properties, what are the actions that are possible within the public space, and then start to, initiate. So it starts with an envisioning process and then identifying and also giving them ideas of what all are possible, what possibilities exist, and allow their imaginations to take charge, and then identify the various things that they will choose to do and put it in action plan and facilitate those actions initially at a private level, whatever it is possible within their control, and then slowly also involve the local government stakeholders or the NGOs within the neighborhood who could be also contributing to the actions that are in the public space. So this is an early stage concept of a project which we are about to begin, a very early stage, but I just thought it's a good forum where we can also trigger imagination of others to say that, can we try this and can we become part of this? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhakti. And in fact, I would like to ask here, or maybe the kind of for a discussion sake, when you talk about the community-led infrastructure, like in fact, even in the morning we could see a lot of presentations which is talking about urban infrastructure and its impact on urban ecology and integration of urban blue and green, and also the outward degrowth and all these, even in fact in all these kind of issues, or maybe sometimes the local people or maybe the community level, if community people or the if they initiate, if they made an awareness, like these are the things, because when we talk about micro city or even that case, there are a lot of bigger apartment, even 30% of the open space where they can initiate and then lead to these kind of things. Definitely I think every individual or every building will be a self-sustainable, and with all respect, because most of the residents may not be aware of how the STP works and how what is in terms of calculation, how it is a good impact, or all those things. So I think definitely the community plays a very important role at always a bottom-up approach. It helps to improve the societal needs or even to have a greater impact on the city. So if I can take a couple of questions, I could let me check here. So we could see a lot of compliments for all the speakers here. So they really enjoyed with the kind of a presentation, and then even the intent. Even I could even request all the speakers also, if they have any questions, they can also have they can also put some questions here.
I think there is a very interesting question asking on the water footprints for construction sites. Maybe someone could address that. I will rephrase. Yeah, so the question is, are there any standards on water footprint for construction sites? Do we have anybody? Shreya, maybe you can speak about this a little bit.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are green building standards, whether it's you're looking at LEED or IGBC. Mr. Hariharan is here, so actually he should be speaking about this. He knows more about it than I do.
Thank you, Shreya. I'll only say this as a rule of thumb: about 15 liters for every square feet of construction. This will cover your shell or what your basic frame of the building is, plus the kind of water that you use for conventional plastering. I'll stop there. 1 square feet, 15 liters is the norm.
I just wanted to make a comment on what Dr. Shaila, you mentioned about community participation. And because I will be leaving shortly, so I thought I'll just make my point before I leave.
Yeah.
So we all understand in theory that, community, if they understand, there's a lot can be done. But I guess what is the missing part is who's going to facilitate that conversation? And that's where, we are trying to, Jalspati is trying to take that, act in that space. But then again, it has to be someone from the community facilitating their own community conversation. And that is why the idea of this Jal Fellowship, where is going to facilitate their own community using the tools that Jalspati, engagement tools that Jalspati makes, is the way we are trying to make this happen. And we're going to experiment with this. So this whole question of community participation is much talked about, but very challenging to actually put it in practice. It's not an easy thing, and because there are many issues when you have someone else from outside coming and doing it, then it's not sustainable sometimes. And also and the fact that how is it best done in a way that adds value, or they do receive value for the engagement, which with the community gets involved. So yeah, so I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. And here I would like to take one more question, I think asked by Prakriti. The private sector is a major player in the urban development. What are the possible incentives or the policies for buy-in from the private sector, which will encourage them to use alternate building systems? So I think even Champaka may answer for this question. Champaka, are you there?
I'm here. Could you please explain the context a bit?
Yeah, basically, she's asking about the private sector is a major player in the urban development. What are the possible incentives or the policies for buy-in from the private sector, which will encourage them to use alternate building systems?
Right. I think the question of incentives is a much larger one, which needs to be addressed through, arriving at common outcomes for the city. Because our master plans, for example, or any other projects or schemes and policies that we have are not based on, we're not working towards outcomes. It's not always possible to work towards outcomes, of course, because there's a whole lot of uncertainty in the space of development. But if we have if we can, through some common envisioning processes, arrive at a set of outcomes, for example, better respiratory health for people in the city, then that would, if we work backwards and say, how does that one and desirable outcomes, how do these outcomes translate into roles and responsibilities, laws, policies, regulatory spaces and protocols across a whole range of departments in the government space, but also businesses as well as private sector agencies. And from that outcome, we need to see what kinds of incentives then need to be, or disincentives also need to be built into private sectors, company policies, maybe in some cases, public sector rules, laws, regulations, society organizations, and some practices that we need to bring about. There are many NGOs working on shaming, for example, if their apartment dwellers don't segregate waste. So shaming is another strategy, for example. So there are many types of incentives, and we all need to work together on making this work. Because just
I think maybe
only real estate sector and incentives or disincentives for them won't be enough.
Yeah, I think Sanjeev would like to say something on this.
Yeah. Thank you. I was responding to Bhakti Devi's question regarding community engagement. I think we clearly would like to mention here that Janagra is one of the foremost organizations which has been actively engaging in bringing the citizens and the administration and the political class together. And that is the core of our work. We believe in transformation of life for the citizens in the cities. And we work with the administration on one side after getting the input from the citizens. And at all levels, we have been engaging with the citizens, doing their surveys, even for things like budget formulation at the municipal levels. We have been very, very clearly engaging, and it's in the 6 or 7 cities in the state of Karnataka. We have done what we call the My City, My Budget. Many of you might have also possibly participated in those. We hold community shows at times and make sure that the citizens' voices are heard. So back to Bhakti Devi's question. Yes, we'll be happy to engage with her and see what are the intersection. And this project that currently we are doing in partnership with Rainmatter is primarily driven towards that.
Okay. I think Chitra would like to say something here.
Yeah, it's with respect to the alternative materials being used by the private sector. I've also replied it in the chat. But unless and until the conventional materials have ecological costs embedded in them, the price of alternative materials or alternative techniques cannot compete with the conventional materials at all. And other things, only economics alone will make the private sector accept alternative materials. And the bylaws have to start being framed as per the carrying capacity of the land instead of, it's a very, I think, obfuscated way of doing the bylaws. Is so confusing. It's certain road widths and size of the plot. But what is the carrying capacity of the land? And if the two are worked out, we can look at materials hugely differently. And it's quite possible to be extremely self-sufficient within the city for the materials. Anyways, I think I'll be talking about that in my presentation, but here too, I thought I'll share that.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to take one more question from Bhagyalakshmi here. Our question is, focusing on city center does increase the density and heat island effects. It also affects on a real estate price. So what's the alternatives? Again, I think this question goes to maybe the Champaka or even maybe the Sanjeev, if you would like to answer this question, because I could see you have raised the, I could see the hand is raised.
No, I didn't look at this one.
Okay.
I just got distracted with something else. If you want to repeat the question, I can see.
Yeah, focusing on city center does increase density and heat island effects. It also affects the real estate price. So what's the alternative? So I think Vaishnavi is also would like to answer, or maybe Sanjeev.
I think Vaishnavi may be my better placed in this space.
Yeah, I could see even Champaka. Yeah, Vaishnavi, can you just answer this question?
Thank you.
Yeah, I may not have exactly an answer, but I think this is a point that we can leverage because there was one other study that I know of, which was done in the slums in Delhi. And through a CSO, they actually made a decentralized DWAT system for wastewater management. And over the 5 years, the people who lived around that, who were connected to that particular thing, started to move out and rent their houses because they got better rents, because there were better services provided. So just as a counter argument, like, because if we're talking about urban heat islands and talking about real estate, I mean, these are the things when we want to talk about with the economic sense of how to nudge people to like start to looking differently. It could be taken in a positive way to see how these can be leveraged to some extent. So I don't know if this exactly answers the question, but I thought it might be useful to like share this experience of the urban infrastructure and how that also impacts the land value and people's perception as well of how things change.
Yeah, thank you, Vaishnavi. I think even Champaka, I would like to answer this question. Champaka?
I just wanted to say the answer lies in Shreya's presentation.
Okay. So thank you so much. I think we have another 4 minutes. If audience would like to ask any question, I can take those questions. Otherwise, we'll just, okay. Let me check a few more questions if there are there, so that we can take one last question here. There is a question from Samir. I guess Samir, would you like to ask this? Who else is a stakeholder for urban ecology? It's a very interesting. Even I would like to know answer.
Yeah, because when we frame the urban ecology problem, we are looking at the human actors for sure. But we live in a land where there were a lot of non-human actors. So how do we include them? Who do we include?
Yes, Shreya, can you answer this?
Yeah, I think one way we could include them, because of course they don't converse in the same language we do, is include them into the metrics for whether we are going in the right direction or not. So whether that's looking at the quality of the water overall in the city, whether that's looking at air quality, whether that's all looking at the number of trees, the health of the trees, presence of key indicator species. There are so many ways one can actually include them into the conversation.
And in fact, Sami question is also like, especially non-human factors is what he's highlighting here. Vaishnavi, can you answer this question? Would you like to share some thoughts on it?
Yeah, this is actually very difficult because, like Shreya rightly pointed, that they don't have a voice. But I would also probably talk about maybe some examples of the biodiversity interventions that have happened. I know some in Chennai and in Delhi and in the Gurgaon region. So of course, to like when you revive a certain part and when you see some of the species coming back, especially birds and few other species, and I think that would be a metric to see if, I mean, although I understand that's the outcome, but if we have to like keep them in part of the stakeholder as an urban ecology to revive, one example I could talk about is the native tree species, because especially when you talk about the coastal areas and the mangroves, so the native tree species can help address and tackle floods. So in that way, they are very important and an important stakeholder when we're talking about the ecology and how to revive them. So at least talking about their importance in that sense can be weaved in, but it's very difficult to talk about them as stakeholders, I think.
Yeah. So I think we are, yes, yeah, Vaishnavi, I think answered. So we are almost, we have done with all the, hopefully, I think most of the questions were answered by the panelists. And I should say a very interesting session we had today with wonderful speakers, and then a lot of compliments I could see, like, you know, for the speakers here, and which was on cities and ecology. Most of the, you know, the very important issues were discussed in this session, especially, you know, the how exactly the peripheral urban growth areas, and even in fact when we talk about urban infrastructure, and then when what happens to the urban ecology when it is again it is going to directly impact on the ecology part. And again, you know, the linkages also is very well said, represented by Shreya Nath, where exactly even the, I think there is a need of even the metrics where we can, how quantitatively or even qualitatively we can assess these things. And also the community plays, I know the role of communities in all these projects is also plays an important role. And with this, I think I would like to end this session. And thank you so much again, once again, for Jana for, you know, moderating this session with such a wonderful speakers. And in fact, I would like to even listen with other speakers as well. And thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Bantanur. That was a really well moderated and a very interesting session. We will start with our second session, which is on the construction industry, tools, techniques, and sustainable transitions. This will be moderated by Dr. Chandrashekar Hariharan. He is an environmental economist working on decentralized solutions for water, waste, and energy. As founder chairman of BCIL, he created over a dozen iconic deep eco projects that pioneered many directions in the 1990s that are today finding relevance. The Academy of Mountain Environics, Dehradun BCIL, Bangalore, and the BCIL All-Tech Foundation are among a dozen institutions he established. He currently mentors a fine set of green companies at the All-Tech Consortium. He's on the jury of Les Ateliers on a mission for greening cities in Africa and has consulted for ADB Manila and A&D Paris on projects for urban sustainability. Dr. Hariharan, can I ask you to lead the conversation from here? Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you so much, and good afternoon to all of you there. You will excuse me for not turning on my video. I'm traveling today at terribly short notice, and but I decided I'll keep this slot open. Very fascinating, wonderful discussions, lots of perspectives, insights that have been thrown by the speakers as well as participants, and I'm very happy to see that the participation has remained consistent at about 120 plus. It's nice to have participation of this kind, although the regret that we collectively carry is that we are somewhat preaching to the choir, and the real ones who need to act are not here. They never are here in such meetings. And you know, the two elephants, in such rooms that are always conspicuously absent. Shall I now turn to the first speaker of this session? Who should I turn to? Sriram? Unless, of course, there is a sequence and you want to tell me about it. Sriram, you're okay
I'm here.
to start?
Yes, I'm good.
I hope you're back from the hospital. I heard that, you had to turn yourself in for some healing, curing, whatever. Yes?
Yes, thank you. I'm back to normal.
Good.
Nearly
good.
back to normal.
Great. So would you want to get started now?
Sure. I can.
Wonderful.
Share my screen.
So yeah, I think in order to ensure that we get to debating later or securing other insights from the participants, I will want you to get started first on whatever you want to present from this angle of carbon, embodied energy, embodied efficiencies of various kinds. Over to you, Shreya.
Yeah. Thanks, Hari. Thanks, Jana and the group setting up this conference on urban ecology. And what really got me excited about being part of this also is the fact that we are tying the dots between urban ecology and the construction industry, which I feel has a huge role to play. It is exciting, and I hope I'll share. Obviously, I've seen that there's a lot of discussion on city in the first session, so I'll briefly touch upon Bangalore as a city. And like Hari alluded to, I was planning to focus a lot on carbon construction industry. So I hope I'll shed some light on that. Hari, I think there is a Q&A planned, so I'll try to please let me stop. I'll end up stopping.
Sure.
I hope you can see my screen, everybody.
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. My name is Sriram. I am the founder and CEO of Smarter Dharma. I'll leave my introduction for later. But I want to start off with city of Bangalore and what happened last 50 years. And in fact, recently for somebody we worked for, we had to do some study on Bangalore. And I'm sure there are a lot of people. I agree with Hari. Challenges that there'll be an echo chamber here. Many of you would know and be nodding vertically as I speak, but that's what it is, right? The data to look at here is I myself, in 80s, I came to study in Bangalore. I'm not from Bangalore, studied in Bangalore, then worked in Bangalore. The last picture is something I myself have taken it because I used to live in Whitefield earlier. I've seen that the foam go over my head and all that. The thing to look at here, the scary part, is the density of population. The expected density of population beyond 2030 in Bangalore for a city of the kind it was is scary. And if you look at the density of population in a different way, we are talking of a built-up area increase massively. And when this has happened, there has been a corresponding drop in Bangalore as a livable city. What I'd like to talk and what is important here to understand is this drop of livability of Bangalore as a city and increase in built-up area are directly correlated. And how is the construction industry doing this, right? What it has led to, though, it is, again, data collected over years, is how the mean temperature increase is directly related to how the cost of energy is also going up. Access to water, you wouldn't believe, we've worked with some partners where North Bangalore, having bore wells at 1500 feet. I'm joking with them saying another 10 feet, you'll start getting oil. This is the level of fall of the depth of groundwater. In fact, my team last week got me this data that monthly or an average 300 bore wells are drying up in Bangalore. And of course, waste, we have enough data. However, I think what we have noticed, and in the little, we have worked with about 12 million square feet over the past few years. What we have noticed is that if we design and build sustainably, though, at the outset, there is an opportunity not just carbon-wise, but also economically, and with the current 100 smart city roadmap in this decade India has, it is extremely important that we have some data to shed why this is important, right? India today is the third largest cement consumer in the world, and we are slated to become number one by end of this decade. This decade, the expected infrastructure we're building, 2019, 72% of it was not even on the ground. So we are going to be massively constructing this decade. And it's showing in all these parameters, heat increase, increase in cement consumption, etc., etc. Stepping back from Bangalore city and all, global impact of buildings, obviously, again, this data, I'm sure half of us know it. I thought it's still pertinent to look at this number that, close to 35% of the GHG emissions are coming from buildings. And then material use, is so huge, so much energy and water. Now, what has this led to, again, Bangalore as a city is, in the last 50 years, population has increased, yes, water bodies have dropped, vegetation decreased, paved surfaces. I think paved surfaces is a fascinating study because for a city like Bangalore where rainwater plays a key role, increase in paved surfaces directly means if we do not do rainwater harvesting, we are just losing all the water. And again, there's a direct correlation to what's been happening in the city, right? Funnily, the study we did, and there was a lot more detail on Bangalore city in the past 50 years, what we studied, and some of the data I'm showing right now, was commissioned by a builder to us, where they said, hey, can you find out how Bangalore city is and should we build? And we were trying to impress upon them that maybe you should really reconsider doing a lot of residential in Bangalore for a little while. Unfortunately, though, Bangalore still stands out as one of the fastest growing real estate, especially residential sector in the country, still, even though there is enough data to show the mismatch in the supply chain, supply and demand requirements. But anyway, that's another discussion. I want to get back to construction and industry's design challenges. This is another well-used research from IISc on the fall of green cover and some data points which tell you trees per person in Bangalore. This is a staggering thing. Again, like I said, I came to study in early 90s in Bangalore, and this Bangalore is scary. So I'll move to the construction industry. What are the design challenges, right? I wanted to directly jump to material and carbon footprint. Now, if we are talking about urban ecology, we're talking about Paris Climate Accord, 1.5 degree. When you talk on all these things, the most important or the most common language we want to talk is carbon footprint. And there is I think there is a lack of understanding on the material versus the impact and how important material is. So I thought it is critical to look at material. So if you look at this, many a times people would say, hey, I have reduced my cement and concrete. But for that small cement, the embodied carbon footprint, as you can see, this is actually one of our clients' data. So you see that the quantity is not directly related to the impact. And embodied carbon of cement, between cement, concrete, steel, we're crawling, 75% of the footprint is there itself. In another way to look at carbon footprint, for one particular apartment community, 38,000 tons was the carbon footprint. As you can see, cement 43%, steel 30%, and then you see all the other things. So if a builder is working on and saying, hey, I have got a better tiling solution, you're really working on a very small percentage of it. I'm not saying don't do it, but I think it's important to understand the impact and see that if this is a kind of impact, then are we really targeting the right solutions? By having, or are we trying to really touch upon the right material when we're trying to talk about sustainable construction? Now, for those of you to understand between embodied and operational, I thought a couple of minutes I will talk about it. Embodied carbon is nothing but one time. Simply put, if you're buying a car, manufacturing the car is the embodied carbon, whereas operational carbon is running of the car, right? Each week you put in petrol into the car, and that is the operational carbon. It's important to understand the difference between embodied carbon and operational carbon, more so in the construction space, because of this. Now, embodied carbon, one time you build, it is there. It is like the bloody slab, which is not moving away, right? It's all the material which goes into it, and it is going to sustain. Operational carbon is going to increase over a period of time is one view. However, what we are seeing now is that we are seeing increasingly the grid becoming more sustainable, grid becoming more renewable, and other sources of energy which are becoming more and more of non-renewable sources. So with this, the prediction is the following. The prediction is that operational carbon over a period of time is going to start reducing. Embodied carbon, on the other hand, as a percentage, is going to continue to remain. So California have passed a law that ZNE, zero net energy buildings from 2020 January, which means they said that starting 2020 January, all the buildings have to start becoming carbon neutral, but operationally. This law was written 7 years ago. One of the co-authors of it, Dr. David, and I, been in a few panels, become a good friend, and he was telling me how when they wrote it to now, they've already understood the importance of embodied, and now they're amending it to start bringing embodied carbon focus into it. So now back to why I wanted to talk about this is, if embodied carbon is going to remain and material is the key part of how our embodied carbon has been high, then we should start focusing on that. There are also design strategies from an operational improvement. I want to talk about a couple of them in a minute. But I wanted to highlight why it's important to understand this. And if we are talking about decarbonizing the built environment, we're talking about meeting a Paris Climate Accord, or now the COP26 goals of 2040 being 40% carbon neutral and 2070 being net zero, and whatever is the definition by Government of India. If you have to do that, then focusing on material becomes key. I want to move quickly to a couple of common misnomers, and I know Hari probably is doing a face palm. BCL doesn't do this, but if you go and look for any common designs right now, we still, to a large extent, our urban designs are mimicking Western world with this whole glass facade. There is enough study, there is enough versus imagine this, right? What can we have buildings of this kind? Just continuing on embodied carbon study, it is 100 times more than carbon, than concrete we found on a tonnage basis. And there are enough other materials also. I can give tons of examples. My focus today has been more on the challenges as opposed to solutions, but we'll come to a few if I can. Why are we still doing glass facade? Why should we stick to the idea? Why do we have to mimic? It worked in those countries, but for us, this glass facade is directly causing heat gain. And then after this huge glass facade design, we are now busy working on increasing the HVAC designs. And I'm sure most of the people on this call realize that typically the energy footprint of a commercial building, 65% of it is because of HVAC. And not just that, the HVAC consultants, the contracts are based on the tonnage. So they themselves are now designing at 150 to 175% buffer just to ensure that you have good temperature, right? We actually did a study with a restaurant chain in Bangalore, and we specifically worked on HVAC. It was fascinating. We saw that for every degree reduction in HVAC, now you should keep it at, for a city like Bangalore, for example, 24 degrees centigrade is fine, 24, 25 is fine. But if we start keeping it 17, 18 degrees, we saw that for every degree rise, there's a 4% increase even in the cost of management. So it's not just a construction carbon energy footprint issue, it's a direct mapping to the cost of construction and cost of management. So much so that in a project which had about 640,000 square feet, a vertical building of this kind of 80 meters coming up in Bangalore, when we did the simulation and we identified if a glass has to be used, what kind of glass, we actually went into understanding what flooring should be there, when can we get the heat off, but the light comes in and the light reflects, what kind of heating of the building is happening. And there is enough technology now where we could reduce the heat gain of the building by nearly 60%. So the cost of construction has gone down by 3.1 crores just even before a brick is laid, because the HVAC design has been reduced from 1700 tonnage to close to 900 tonnage. We made a huge drop in that. So my numbers might not be 100% accurate. I'm happy to share this case study outside of this. So I wanted to really say that one of the first big challenges the current construction industry can definitely address is the facade designs we're doing, and moving away from that to what more temperate climates of Bangalore, of cities of this kind can really work with, which is concrete and brick and exposed brick, etc. That's one. The other, I saw towards the end of the previous call, there was a discussion on urban heat island effect. Again, seems like everybody knows it. I'm not going to talk much except that what are the reasons which are happening, why these happen, and what can we do about it. Forget the science behind urban, or understanding this technology here, right? That the reason why it happens. If some of or all of us have driven on Old Airport Road, and if you remember, as you cross HAL area, the moment you cross HAL area, you enter a Marathalli village area, you see the temperature goes up by 3-4 degrees. It is astonishing. The difference is very, very noticeable. I used to drive, my office is in Bengaluru. I used to go cycling from Whitefield to Bengaluru, ride, cycle. I've done every transportation method, and you can see the difference. And this is a very good.
Sriram, we have another, say, 2-3 minutes. We have other speakers too. Yeah.
Done. I should be done in 2 minutes. Yeah. So heat island effect is a great example because we've spoken. I'll move from that. What can you do about it? Green roofing, water bodies is a great way. Increasingly, we've some examples where we've done that. We've started setting up sensors to see the temperature difference, window sizing, and etc. Given the time, obviously, and what all to convert, I wanted to touch upon these key things. What I wanted to say, though, which we didn't show in earlier, is that setting sustainability goals at the concept stage is something which is being missed. It could map the country's INDCs, it could map the city's goals, whatever. But every builder at the construction point is something we could set, and then design. That is one way, and design in such a way that sustainability is core. Focus on material and embodied carbon. That's one big change. If the builders do, we can make a huge change. Moving to more passive and native technologies. Finally, the construction industry does not measure. We don't have a measured approach to sustainability. If you bring a measure, manage, and mitigate, there's that kind of an approach to become sustainable. I think preserving urban ecology is a very real opportunity. Thank you. I like this image.
Sriram, before you go, typically, let's say you have taken an apartment of, shall we say, 2 lakh square feet, or you could take an example. In terms of 2 things. One, of your basic mapping, regardless of what they do at a business as usual, what have you found to be the carbon emission? And with interventions that you have brought, what is that delta gain that you have offered the builder? And if you have offered such a delta gain for him and at an additional cost, have you facilitated the builder with, let's say, a carbon credit that he can secure in order to offset that additional cost?
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. This is actually an example of one of our clients we work with, one of the builders. There's a drop of about 18%. As you can see, the granite has gone down. Granite is something we worked on. Steel, there is a reduction because of recycled steel, which is available.
No, you have to give us you have to give us one business as usual figure of so many tons and what you brought with delta.
So this number is a drop of about 11% from what it originally was.
And that in terms of kgs tons was how much?
11%. I'll send it to you. But it was Closer to 41,000 tons it was.
So 40 tons, you say 41,000 kg or 40 tons?
41,000 tons was the number. 41,000 tons was the
what
number.
was the square feet of that building?
This was,
so I know,
yeah.
This is for the participants. This is not for me.
No. I understand. It is 1,170 apartments of a size of about 1,800 square feet.
So approximately 1.4 million square feet. Okay?
Yes.
Right. Okay. For 1.4 million. Yeah, go on.
To add to your next point, so the difference was in every one of those, but I've given you the three main things where we saw.
I got it.
And the other thing is we did not do carbon credits as yet, Hari. That is something which is on cards we want to do, which is that way to offset.
And post occupancy of such a building, in terms of OPEX carbon emission on water and energy, have you mapped anything, and have you shown them what with retrofit solutions, in some other case probably, it could mean for the association, let's say, post the builder walking away?
Yeah, no, great question. On the operational savings from water is phenomenal. I'll give you quick numbers. A 132 apartment community in Hennur Road is one project we worked on, where we've done that. And what we've seen is...
And what was the daily water demand
number
there? How much did you bring it down?
The NBC standard is at 135 liters, as you all know.
Yeah, that's okay.
We designed it at 102. So we saw a huge drop in that.
So you saw roughly a 1/3 decline, and interrupting you for want of time.
No, that's okay. We saw that drop.
Drop. 200
we saw that drop.
Okay.
Yeah. And the beauty is, because at the design phase we did that, the builder actually saved money because the tank sizing, etc., went down. And because of that, the overall concrete use and all was lesser. So the builder actually saved a small amount of money. It was not non-trivial, but there was some cost saving. And residents actually today still see savings.
Okay. So to the rest of you, let me tell you this, that, if we want to plan a building, if it's a new building, you can plan it such that you can first target, for instance, say 25% fresh water for my building as a design brief that you offer the architect. Now, most architects will tell you, well, this isn't my challenge. You go back to the engineers, go to the PhD consultants, and then you go to what are called the electrical consultants. But both of these sets of professionals are not equipped, well, at least as of now, to be able to be energy managers. They only offer you the blood and gore, the pipelines and such things. They'll give you drawings for that. So the industry has a challenge of not being able to have competent professional stakeholder groups which can offer you such efficiency at the time of design. And we can take many buildings of that kind. Sriram, I think I'm done with you. Before I move to Manu Gopalan, to all of you, let me give you an overview of what is happening in the country today. If you look at the total building stock or the total building inventory in the country, it's at about 180 billion square feet. And the rated buildings, certified green buildings in the country, is at about 8 billion square feet, not even 5%, nothing that you can write home about. Well, at the IGBC, I can tell you that about 95% of these certified green buildings, we just crossed last week the 8 billion square feet mark, has been secured or has been achieved. Bangalore alone has got about 1.2 billion square feet. That's how much is that? 1,200 million square feet of such certified green buildings, all of which is documented. It's all there in the website of IGBC. You can check it out there. Now, the other is this. I always have this challenge when people take comparisons with, say, California or Santa Monica. Somebody was talking to me about Santa Monica yesterday. And then, of course, somebody mentioned something else about San Francisco, for instance. Now, my whole thing is that if you look at today, the per capita water use in California, it runs at about 85 gallons. Well, Americans don't talk liters. And that at about 4 to a liter is, you know the math. If you're talking 85 gallons, you're talking about 350 liters of consumption, let us say, per capita. And in a city like Bangalore, we are talking 150 liters, which we can't get. And of this, like Sriram said now, many of us are looking at how we can make it 100 LPCT or even less. I talk about how we can make it 50 LPCD. That's a 75% reduction in freshwater demand. 100 years, we have seen engineers talking about how fresh water cannot be, can be used only once. We have a serious challenge with this kind of mindset, and I'm not going there today. The other, the overview that I want to tell you is that the private sector, as builders go, account for about 35% of all buildings in the country. Interesting. So who are these others who are building the buildings? One is the government. For instance, the campaign on PMA, for instance, or of owner-driven homes. We have got, I think, about 1.1 crore square feet, 110 million, 11 crore square feet, 110 million square feet of homes that Mahua builds. I was talking to Sriram Vedire, who is the additional secretary there at Mahua, and he says, look, you tell us, what we can do. We are only about 9 people here. We are spending, we are funding these projects. But people like you from either CREDAI or NERITCO or IGBC or whatever can come and tell us what we can have as a governing policy for contractors. Now, therefore, the government is not willing to actually get down to implementing, as it has always been, not just in this country, but in others. I'd like you to think about that and see what it means. I'd like you to reflect on another very significant trend that some of you will know about. The population today is at about 1.4 billion, and it's going to touch about 1.6 billion by about 2060 or 2064, if you go by demographic data. What is really interesting is that from 2064 to 2100, in 36 years, our population drops from 1.6 billion to about 1 billion. The second is that China, which will have, we will have outstripped them, they will be at about 1.5 billion. They are dropping to as little as 760 million by 2100. And those 36 years from 2064 to 2100 will give the planet a great deal of relief. What we have to do to muddle through these 40 years from now to 2060 to 2064 is a big challenge for all of us, for planners, for activists, for whatever we are. The other thing that I want to leave with you is this. When we talk efficient buildings, somebody raised this question. Why don't we take this other angle of how an energy efficient building or a water efficient building can also lead to well-being and health? As a matter of fact, this is a very prone one in many buildings that some of us have done from the IGBC. We can tell you clearly that there are correlations, very hugely positive correlations between an energy efficient and water efficient or a certified green building and a business as usual building, right? And there is indeed, we have a health and well-being certification at IGBC, launched, I think, in 2017. Last year, we launched the net zero water rating, which means that if you have a building where you are not importing water by tankers, or you have designed it as a builder, whichever way, that is as an RWA, as a Resident Water Welfare Association, you can come in and say, hey, I've got no tankers coming in. I have no export of water. Please give me a net zero water certification, and we enable that. The costs are very, very minimal if you're an association. If you're a builder, I think it costs about 2 rupees per square foot or so, and you can do the math on that. Water footprint for construction is another story, and I'm sure Manu will, in what he has to present on the Q&A method to regenerative architecture that he's going to speak about, will also offer us some insights on what we are all talking about. There is a lot. I could talk for 4 hours on what a city needs or what you can do at the in-building scale, but that isn't the purpose of this forum today. Vasant Mysore has had some questions. I think we'll get to it if we have the time. Manu Gopalan, over to you, maybe about 10 minutes, and then we invite Ajay Koshy after. Thanks, Sriram.
Thank you very much. Happy to answer questions on the chat.
Sure. Yeah. And you could do it right away on the chat box itself, Sriram.
Yeah.
Manu Gopalan, are you there? Yeah. Do you have a screen to share or a deck of slides or whatever? Manu? Well, the host has to help me on this one. Manu is not responding. Either he's not there or I see him there. Manu is there. You have to unmute Manu Gopalan.
Yes, he's there. We'll just check and get back. 1 minute.
Yeah, unless, of course, if Ajay is there and he is willing to go. Ajay, are you willing to go?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. I think you should go. We'll get to Manu next. Okay.
Okay, let me just try and share my screen. Try to figure this out.
Yeah, about 10 minutes from you, 12:31. Yeah.
Are you able to see?
Yes, please.
Let me just.
We can see you and not the screen yet.
Yeah, let me just see if I can share my screen.
Nice to see you, but yeah. He runs something called Sacred Groves. You could check that out. I'm not going to tell you more about, though he has a reasonably formidable profile.
Yeah. Not able to share the screen.
Have you shared your deck with someone there?
Yes, I have. I've shared my deck with somebody.
Well, the host, can you help us? Maybe you can share the screen if he seems to have a stack there.
Yes, we're doing it. 1 minute.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just to give you a kind of a brief background about myself, my name is Ajay Koshy. I had the design for a developer in Bangalore called Brigade Group. We are one of the leading developers in South India. And I'm happy to say that as a group, sustainability is core to our practice, right from design to construction to maintenance. And we've also worked closely with Sriram Smartadharma. He's helped us in a few projects. And we recognize that there are consultants and experts in the field. So in most cases, we engage firms like Smartadharma and others to help us make our buildings more sustainable, right? If you can go to the full screen, please. Are you able to hear me, Hari?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead. Yeah. You can put it on the view mode, Surya, who is hosting now. Well, before you start off, Ajay, can you tell us? I know that Ajay has been doing approximately 6-7 projects for the last 30 years. So I think you've got about 350 or 300 to 350 projects or buildings that have been put up so far, commercial and residential, right?
Yes.
How many in the last 4 years to 5 years, or maybe 10 years, have you got certified as green?
Yeah. So I'll answer that, Hari. We are happy to say that all our commercial buildings are certified green. That is a norm. It's either LEED certified or IGBC certified. Right. If I look at the portfolio of our project, 60 to 70% of our portfolio is residential, right?
Yes.
And unfortunately, till now, only a very few residential projects have been certified. But having said that,
because that in a commercial building, like someone said earlier, the market-led intervention, that is your tenants seeking such certification becomes a challenge, and therefore you defer to it.
That is one reason, yes. Most clients require a certification. Right. But apart from that, we also felt that a lot of our commercial buildings are operated by us, and if it is energy efficient and sustainable, maintenance becomes much easier to do, right? Whereas residential is something which we sell. But that is not.
There is a reverse subsidy challenge. Got it. Yeah.
But having said that, Hari, now in the past, I think the past 6 months to 1 year, all our new upcoming residential projects are also going to be green certified. We've tied up with IGBC. So going forward, all our residential projects are also going to be green certified, which we're happy to say.
Have you gone for platinum or you are settling for gold?
We have a few projects we've got platinum. As far as commercial is concerned, residential, we just started off. We've got one building, this IGBC platinum. The rest of it, we will see as we go ahead. Yeah? I mean, the challenge and the vision is to go for platinum. We will need to see how we go.
I ask these questions in the interest of our participants. Go ahead. The floor is yours now. Yeah.
So the topic for my presentation today is challenges and roadblocks. Roadblocks to sustainable practices in the construction process. Honestly, I don't see any challenge or roadblocks. I see it more of an opportunity. There are certain constraints, but I see it an opportunity. There's no reason why we should build sustainable. And that is, like I said, mentioned earlier, sustainability is the core to our practice, to our developments across India. Can you go next slide, please? Yeah. So if you see this particular diagram, this is something that's available. Sustainability forms the core to people, to the planet, and to the profit. And we feel that being sustainable also kind of increases the profitability of our projects. It also makes the projects more livable, equitable, and of course, it has a lot of benefits to the planet as well. So we've recognized this, and going forward, sustainability forms a core to any of our projects, and we're happy to say that. Next, please. The definition of sustainable construction is something that is throughout the entire building life cycle. It starts from design to construction, operation, maintenance, renovation, and if at all we need to deconstruct and rebuild and renovate, that's also part of sustainability. And we are in all these, right from design to construction to operation, maintenance. We are in all these aspects of all our buildings, and we are sustainable in all these aspects, right? And I think another thing that is also apparent is that the construction industry accounts for more than 30% of the world's natural resources. And it's very important for us as developers and as builders to be mindful of this and to ensure that whatever we do, whatever we build is sustainable, right? From choosing materials to site selection, to the operations, all these things we need to ensure that we're being sustainable, especially because we, as developers and as construction field is concerned, we contribute more than 30% of the world's natural resources. Next, please. There are a lot of benefits of sustainable construction, which is very apparent. It promotes a healthier lifestyle. I think those who live in Bangalore would have witnessed the last few days' rain, which was quite horrible. All of us have been affected in some way or the other by the floods. And that is, I mean, I think the construction industry is also partly responsible for this. There's uncontrolled construction in Bangalore. The infrastructure of the city is not able to handle it. We as developers have to work hand in hand with the government to make sure that the infrastructure is rightly developed and, and kind of help. We have to partner with the government in such a way that to ensure that these kind of calamities and issues don't occur in the future. It also helps reduce waste. It helps boost the economy. And of course, promoting sustainability, energy utilization, cutting down energy, all that's one of the benefits of sustainable construction. Next, please. Yeah, so I would like to spend some time on this particular slide because this is the topic. See, most developers, most A-grade developers in Bangalore, like Brigade and the others, recognize that there is a higher capital cost, and we don't mind spending the extra money because we know that there is a payback. But a lot of developers and a lot of big lower developers don't go for sustainable practice because for them it's a higher capital cost, and that is the kind of a dissuading factor for them to go for sustainable and energy efficient buildings. There's also a lack of information gathering. This is something that can be improved. The information is out there, available in all the platforms, but I think if it could be probably spread a little more easier to people, lesser developers, and who are, I think that will be better, and it will be the information gathering process can improve. There's a lack of training and awareness. I think Hari mentioned that we depend on consultants, MEP consultants, water consultants to advise us on best practices. That technical awareness is a bit lacking. There are experts in the field whom we are now engaged with to help us design more efficiently. There are definitely gaps in the design process. That's also because of inadequate training. But this is something that I think can improve. The construction industry, especially the labor that is building the building at the end of it, also is not trained adequately. That also is something that needs to be trained. They need to understand the sustainable practice while constructing. There's also a constraint in selection of materials. There are a lot of materials out there, but I think the knowledge of what's available out there with materials of lesser embodied energy is something that there's a lack of awareness, lack of regulatory mandates. This is something which I mentioned earlier, we need to work hand in hand with the government. The government needs to provide some kind of incentives to make sure that we are building sustainable. Incentives in terms of FSI relaxation, incentives in terms of reducing the fees if you go sustainable. Those are some things that we have to work and impress upon the government that they also have to push in building sustainable. And another important aspect is we've noticed in all our commercial buildings, we go the extra mile in making it green, either getting a LEED certification or getting an IGBC certification. But at the end of it, the client is not willing to pay us that extra amount of lease, right? So that is a kind of a deterring factor for us. You know, it has become almost like a something that's taken for granted that they will move into a building that is certified. But as a developer, we need to spend that extra amount of money to make it make it efficient. And we feel that at the end of it, the client is not willing to pay that extra amount to move into something that is energy efficient. And another thing that we need to take care of is wellness certification is also something that we're looking into now, because I mean, as far as the employee wellness is concerned, that is something that we need to look into. And I'm happy to say that 2 or 3 of our buildings, we've also looked at a wellness certification. Yeah, so that's it from our short and sweet. I'm happy to take questions, Hari.
Wonderful. That was very short and nice. And I'm so glad that you have taken to what the health and well-being certification. The other thing I must add for the rest of you, for you to do some common reflection post these discussions is this. Does it cost more to build efficiently on water and energy? If there is a cost, for example, one of the members of the Green Building Council came to us and said, hey, it's going to cost me, and I think it was something like, say, 6 rupees per square foot. And then we reasoned with him. One, we told him, guided him on how he can bring that down to an extent. We brought it down to about 4 rupees with some value engineering directions that we offered him per square foot. And then we said, treat this as a marketing cost. For example, as Ajay himself knows well, if there is a property that is in a location where there is no water, today's customer is not unsmart. He knows that if there is broadly in the city, some areas which have been consistently water deficit. Hoskote, for instance, was declared drought taluka in 1967. Devnali was declared in 1967 as one of those drought-ridden talukas of Bangalore North District. I'm saying that, one, this is happening. The other is that existing customers, flat owners in apartments, are beginning to see, as the water minister said in February last year, about 12, 14 months ago, that values of apartments that do not have water have fallen sharply or do not get tenants if I'm an owner of such an apartment. Sure. So there are market compulsions for us to do this without having to look at the government to see that there are subsidies to, shall we say, mitigate an additional green cost. This is one insight I thought I'll offer you all for you to consider collectively. Whether you're a builder, you're a consumer, you're a flat owner, you're a policy planner, whoever you are in the 120 plus people who are here. The other is this, to continue my story of that building stock, as someone said, I think it was Sriram, you know, no more than 40% of the entire inventory of buildings that India will have in 2035 exists today. We have, therefore, about 280 billion square feet, estimates from the IGBC and from CII, show that we have as much to be that's going to be built between now and 2035. COVID has not deterred buildings. In Bangalore alone, just 3 builders have got sanctioned plans and construction has started, many of them. 3, and they are going for some intent of design as the certification goes. They are building 60 million square feet, just 3 companies, and so there is nothing that is deterring this trajectory, shall we say, on buildings. We have to contend with that. We have to look at market-led interventions. We have to look at how certified buildings or the entire construction industry begins to see that at least 50% of your current consumption of water or of energy can be dropped with economically efficient solutions that are available today. There was a time, let's say in 2010 or 12, 10 years ago, we used to say, well, technologies are too expensive to the current tariffs, water and energy tariffs that prevailed at that point of time. Today, I can tell you that with the current tariffs at about 80 rupees here per 1,000 liters for water, or about 8 rupees as domestic tariff goes, and you know what the industrial tariffs are for water and energy. I know that these are becoming extremely viable. And as Ajay pointed out, the incentive for a builder when he owns the building and he is tenanting it is that the OPEX falls. If he is going for certification of this kind, forget certification. If he is going for directions that bring energy efficiency and water efficiency. I'll stop there, 12:47. Manu Gopalan, are you ready to share your screen, please?
Yes, Chandrashekar.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm very sorry. My computer froze.
It's okay. Yeah.
My computer
you can take
froze.
your 10 minutes. Yeah, sure. Not a problem. It happens, you know.
Yeah.
Technology. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll
do you have a
shared
screen?
Yes, I have to share my screen.
Right.
Just a moment. Getting the right window.
You want someone to help you?
No, I think. See, oh no, this is
there
not
you
the
are.
one. This is not the one.
No, you have to stop share again and go back if your file is open. Surya, you're smart at that. Maybe you want to give him some suggestions.
Anu, do you want me to share the presentation? I have a copy of the presentation with.
Yeah, just a moment.
Right.
Okay, great. I'll do this.
Yeah, Manu, you can stop share so that she can enable.
Okay, how do I stop that? Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah, there you are.
So yeah, here I am. I'm not going to talk about the citywide implications of, in fact, the horror that we are unleashing on our cities. As a single architect, as a client, as a user, what can we do to move this whole equation further? So that's my concern. Can you move to the next slide? Yeah, so in my reading on sustainability, actually, when I graduated about 23 years back, I had this feeling that sustainability is the big thing, and 20th century has created something really valuable. But actually, when I read up about it, it was this man, Hans Karl von Karlowitz, I can't even pronounce the name, the German forester, who came up with this idea in 1713 in his book Silvicultura Economica. And he proposed that for the Industrial Revolution to succeed, you need to come up with a sustainable way of harvesting forest trees. Otherwise, all the forests in Europe would be gone. So, so it was almost as if to facilitate the Industrial Revolution that sustainability was invented. And it's 309 years. And we know where we are still, as Sriram and others have shown in their presentations. So next slide. Next.
Sorry, yes.
Next. Yeah. So this is the framework that a lot of scientists now are referring to as the next step to sustainability. It's regenerative design. So you see conventional practice right at the bottom, and green building is a little better. Sustainable design is even better. It's more like a neutral point where we are crossing over from degenerative systems to living, regenerating systems. Restorative design, reconciliatory, and regenerative is the ultimate. So we need to really make a quantum leap from green to regenerative. Now that is really going to be a tough challenge for us. And looking at it as a single professional, it was even more baffling. Next. Next, yeah. So this presentation by Daniel Christian Wall, I found very interesting, where he looked at the Sustainable Development Goals as a bridge towards regeneration. He brought in the sustainability paradigm that we are all used to currently as a junction, which we need to cross to come into living systems design. Next. When one observes it, next, closer, next, one would see that we need to really transition from left brain-centered approaches to right brain-centered approaches to come into living designs. Next. From quantitative approaches, where we are constantly obsessing over numbers, to qualitative approaches, which are less tangible and less measurable, but nevertheless more interesting for regenerative design, permaculture approaches. Next. From analysis to synthesis of large amounts of information and experiences and life stories. Next. From the language of numbers, which we seem to be getting tangled up with all the time, to the language of patterns and the language of stories. Next. Next. So the primary question I tend to start with my design process, whether it's a house or a school or a hospital, or I try to restrict myself with small projects, and I ask my clients, why build this? What is your reason? What is your real need to build this? Sometimes the client is not the end user. So this question has to be asked to the end user also. And in this, the fill in the blanks, you can bring in the project, the program of the project, the unit and the layout. You can bring in various aspects of the project, like fixtures, services, sources of the services. Why build it the way we are envisioning it to build? It's one of the most important questions to kill the speculative model of growth that we have currently done. And many clients are unhappy with me for asking this question, but later on, when the project is built, they thank the insight in the concept stage, because the costing definitely comes under control when you downsize and downscale the project. Next. When to start doing the right work in the project? I tend to defer the actual design process to include research and include this kind of discussion with the clients and coming up with the proper terms of reference for the project. Next. And how to build these intangible aspects of collaboration, trust, interdependence, teamwork, bringing feedback loops into the design process so that we can constantly improve the designs even after the project is completed, with post-occupancy evaluations. And also the last point here is divinity. How can we make our designs divine? And to this, Vastu has a very interesting insight, is that when there is functionality, form, and the aspect of delight, when you see something, that is when you can call your designs divine. So next.
Manu, I hate to do this, but you have another 3 minutes.
Okay. Who does this work? Who does this work? This needs to be also understood. Next. And where to build all of this: buildings, water catchments, landscapes, forests, food farms, community spaces, energy farms, and resource recovery, which is turning your waste into your resources. All of this is actually crucial, I feel, for a regenerative design project. Next. What materials do you use for all of these aspects of the building? Next. And talking about materials, which I think Sriram highlighted very well in his presentation, we need to move from industrial sourcing to regenerative agricultural sourcing, which is our strength, a country like India. Next. So this is an experiment in that, where we looked in Tamil Nadu, we have a lot of these palmyra trees. We harvested the falling leaves, the drying leaves of the palm tree. Next. And we cut the dried stem, which we found was very resilient to termites. A neighboring farmer told us, very resilient to termites. So we cut them in 2 feet lengths. Next. And we use them to make roofs using a lost shuttering method with chicken mesh on it. Next. You can see the building with the palmyra stem roof, and there is on the top right, you see the trellis work, jali walls also with the same material. Next. The same palmyra stem is used for walls, bamboo poles vertically and horizontally, these stems nailed to the poles. Next. And mud plastered on it in thin layers, 3-4 mm layers. Next. And you see this is 3 layers of about 3-4 mm, and you come to a bumpy wall. If you do 2 more layers, you get a very finished wall. And we chose to have a bumpy wall because that's the kind of wall you don't get to see more often these days. Next. And that's walls made with construction and demolition waste, because in the introduction to this seminar, there was this mention of huge amounts of construction waste that being dumped into wetlands in India, and this needs to be stopped. So these are walls made with demolition waste with recycled concrete. Next. And styrofoam mixed into concrete to reduce the self-weight. And in a way, you need a lot less steel once the self-weight of concrete is reduced.
And
you can also...
We have another 60 seconds. Yeah.
Okay. And we can substitute the steel with bamboo. Next.
Yeah, we know the house. Maybe you want to tell them all, a very singular insight that you have secured that can get buy-in from a customer.
Okay, I'll come to that in the Q&A. Next, you can do with waste woods and repurpose petrol hoses. You can do various elements in buildings. Next. And this is glass waste, which actually normally is a big hazard in garbage dumps. Mirror waste used as bathroom tiles. Next. And that's a building with bamboo ladders. It's a site office on the ground and a dormitory on top, simply built up in 2 days with untrained labor, just architecture students. Next. Building with cob, which is earth and straw, all agricultural. The straw leads to a lot of issues with methane emissions and also stubble burning. So if you can avoid all of that and put the straw, fossilize the straw into buildings, it would end up creating buildings as a carbon storage unit. Next. That's prototype, 3 prototype houses at Sacred Groves, built all with cob and construction demolition waste as the foundation. Next. That's a poor cartoon made by me. This seems to be the fundamental insight that I have to share, which you asked for, Chandrashekar. We seem to be driving a car downhill, and we seem to think that simply improving the car, we will create a better future. But I feel that we need to constantly reprogram our mind and change this car into an aeroplane to take off into a regenerative future. We have to question every little element in that car and reconstruct it or deconstruct it, and disenthrall ourselves from the mirage that we are creating in the name of doing the right thing for the environment. We need to do a lot more, and we need to do a lot more radically, a lot more sooner at a probably even much bigger scale. So thank you very much for listening.
Great. We have no time for Q&A because 1 p.m. and well, the construct or the format that Samir and Surya and Manisha and others have offered us was a simple one. You know, we all have done tremendous work. All of you are here because you've done inspiring work. You wouldn't be otherwise here to be speaking as panelists. The question is this. You know, all these things that every one of you have raised, and I'm not going to go into any of those details, is how do we crack it? Louis Mumford said it, Patrick Geddes said it, there were others, you know, Sister Nivedita, many others in the last century who have said such things as to what we ought to be doing. But the how of it has been the challenge. And we know that market-led interventions is about the only way humans will listen to things. The barrier is not solutions to sustainability. The barrier is mindsets, as we all know. And that has got to be sorted. We don't have somebody who knows how to do that is going to win a Nobel Prize. Somebody who did 3-4 years ago, very little work on nudge, and he got a Nobel for 2 of them. You know, one was an Indian. I'll let us stop there because it's 1:02 and we are cutting into other speakers' times. Over to you, Surya, or the host now. And thank you so much, all of you speakers, for having been here. 6 of them we have heard. Very insightful. Now we have got to Chitra, we've got Satya and others, old friends. I'm sure they got some good things to share with us. Over to you, Surya.
Thank you, Dr. Hariharan. That was a really interesting session. I think not just in terms of understanding in numbers how this works, but also in with Manu's presentation on how we can actually implement this on ground. But maybe we could have a little more insights on scalability and on bringing this up in the next panels, in the upcoming panels. We will be resuming at 2. We have a short lunch session right now. So we will start with the panel on materials and emissions at 2. And hopefully, yes, so we can have everyone join us again at 2. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Nikhil.
Hi, Maya. Am I audible clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Perfect. Hi, Siddharth.
Hi.
Hi, Siddharth.
Hello. Is it fine if I quickly check my screen share before the session starts?
I think so. Should be.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Karthikeyan sir.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm just going to check this.
Yeah, it's working.
Is this working?
Yeah.
This is moving?
Yes, you can see the.
Great. Thank you.
So we'll have Siddharth first, and then Nikhil, and then Mr. Karthikeyan. Great. And we'll follow, as I said, we'll follow that flow. I'll do quick introductions before I hand over to each of you for your individual presentations. And then towards the end, move to that discussion piece that we had talked about. And then let's also see if there are any questions that come up in the Q&A in the chat.
Hey, Maya, we'll be starting soon. We can let some of the participants join back again.
Sure.
Maybe in around 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
We're all set.
Okay.
Where are you joining from, Mr. Karthikeyan?
From Hyderabad. Hyderabad is our headquarters.
Got it. Yeah, I'm very interested to hear all of your presentations. And I think just kind of commenting on the way the flow was set up by the Jana Urban team, I think it's a very natural flow, right? Which is that here is a problem. There are great technical solutions that exist. The industry wants this to happen and is aligning for this to happen. So what next?
Yeah.
Would you prefer if I call you Dr. Nikhil, Dr. Bagalia, Nikhil? What's
Just Nikhil. Just
Nikhil
Nikhil
is good?
fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Hey everyone, this is Samir here. Hey, I think the recording has stopped, so we might have to restart that.
Yes.
Great.
I think it's a great turnout.
Yes, I think we had a peak of about 133
Wow.
or 34 people, and
Wow.
sustained for over an hour. Like it dropped only to 125 in between, and then there's lots of folks on YouTube as well. So.
Nice. I mean, obviously one that speaks to the quality of the panels, but equally, I think that just speaks to how resonant this topic is with so many people. I think there's a timing aspect to it.
That's true.
Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi. This is Sanjeev from Janagra.
Hi, Sanjeev.
I guess while we are waiting, a quick introduction would not be hurting in any way.
Fantastic. Let me go first.
Sure.
My name is Maya. I'm with a climate investment firm called Green Artha.
Right.
And one of the areas of deep interest and work for us at Green Artha is sustainable built environments. So that's kind of my connection to this particular panel. Just as a kind of side note, I started my career in the social enterprise space by being one of the early team members at Jan Lakshmi, social services and then financial services. So that's kind of my Janagraha connection. We used to sit out of the UNI building a long time ago.
Okay, interesting. Good to hear that. I have some connect with you on the financial services. Spent some time in banking industry, about 30 odd years before moving to the impact space.
Right.
Been here about a year and a half now, handling the green finance and sustainable environment piece.
Oh, fantastic. Great. So looking forward to connecting post this as well.
Absolutely, we'll do that. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. Hi, sir. This is Nikhil. I'm assistant professor in Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Madras. And I specialize in safety-related work, construction and railway safety. But basically, I'm more of a specialist in applying systems thinking perspective and various tools to solve the complex problems that our industry is facing. And today I'll be talking about the center that we have here, which is about low carbon and lean construction, and how systems thinking makes sense in that. So overall, thank you so much for having me here. And I think it's a great place to connect and then hopefully take it forward.
Absolutely pleased to have you on the panel. Karthikeyan, you want to go next?
Yeah, very good afternoon. I'm Karthikeyan. I'm from CII Green Business Center in Hyderabad. I'm responsible for two set of activities. One is related to green buildings and built environment. I've been working on this for quite some time. The second is related to green products. Basically, it's an eco-label which identifies the products and materials which are more suitable for green building applications. So today, I thought I would talk about both and then see how there is a synergy and then how people can make use of it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Siddharth. I'm from Calcutta. I run an organization called Veditum India Foundation, which does research and media work around environmental, social, and cultural issues. Over the past many years, I've spent time walking along rivers in India and looking at many of the problems I'm going to share today from the very grassroots. But the aim is to understand it from that level and then see where we can intervene to solving some of these problems, but by actually understanding it and not from seeing it from a long distance. So yeah, that's sort of the aim, that we understand it at the grassroots and then elevate the issue and work with other stakeholders to solve some of these problems. Sanjeev, you're on mute.
Thanks, everyone. Suritapa here. So, Meera, you want to spend a minute while we are waiting for others? Oh, Suritapa is here.
Yes. Hello. Hi. I think we can start with the third panel. We are all done with the round of introductions. So maybe Maya can take it over from here.
Great. So I'm assuming that the audience is in.
Yes, I think we can start. They'll be joining.
Okay. Well, fantastic. Thanks so much for having us here. As by way of quick introductions, my name is Maya Chandrasekaran. I'm co-founder of Green Artha, a climate investment and innovations firm. And our work really sits at the intersection of climate innovation and climate finance. Green building and sustainable built environments are a significant area of interest and work for us at Green Artha. And I was extremely excited when the Jana Urban and Rainmatter team decided to come together to put this convening together, because I do believe that, as I was mentioning a little earlier, the time is right. not only is the data very clear, but also we seem to have many more receptive audiences now. So this is really when we need to start building momentum. And so I'm very excited specifically to speak to the panelists today, because I think that there's a very clear continuum from impact to solution that our panelists will be able to address. And so without any further ado, what we'll do is hand over to the panelists. The sort of the broad structure for this panel will be each one of the panelists is an expert in a very specific area. And so I'll hand over to them to do a short presentation on their work and how that overlaps with sort of urban construction and green ecologies. And then from there, we'll open it up to discussion towards the end of the session. And obviously, if there are any questions, please feel free to post them in the chat. So starting off, we'll start off with Siddharth. Siddharth Agarwal, as he so interestingly mentioned, has spent a good part of his life walking along the rivers of India and understanding the stories of both the environment and the marginalized people who live along these rivers. And the work that he does essentially is showcasing, documenting these stories and bringing them to the minds of people at the various decision-making levels. His organization, Veditum India Foundation, hosts some of his work along with other environmental research, documentation, and accountability initiatives. Siddharth really is able to speak for and this is not a pun, the on-the-ground impact of what's happening. So Siddharth, over to you.
Thanks, Maya. And I've been following the discussion since morning. It's been incredible to hear what everybody said. It also made my job a little bit easier because of all the discussions that have already happened around the embedded carbon, the energies embedded in constructions. I'm going to focus only on the impacts that this kind of construction in urban areas is driving. And what you see on the screen is actually an image I took from a commercial flight from 30,000 feet high, where you can see the river shown in the image. And those are actually marks created by sand mining, large-scale sand mining using machines that we're doing on rivers. Very quickly, why sediment is important in river ecosystems before I go on to the impacts. Very simply speaking, it maintains all life within a river ecosystem, which is not just a single stream of water, but everything that is connected linearly, laterally, and vertically. This whole ecosystem needs sediment to exist. And let's just dive deeper into some of the issues that are being created because of the kind of sand mining that we're seeing, or the scale at which. Sediment flow in Indian rivers is already severely restricted because of the presence of dams and barrages. So free-flowing sediment is anyways not something that we have available. This is an example from a dam on River Ken in Madhya Pradesh. You can see the sedimentation happening behind the dam. And it's not safe anywhere. Like, it's not that you have spaces which are not being mined. On the left, you can see dredging happening inside the Vikramshila Gangetic Dolphin Sanctuary. This animal enjoys the highest legal protection in our country. And this is where sand mining is happening. And on the right is the Chambal Gharial Sanctuary, where immense amount of sand mining continues till date to satiate a requirement that we have in our urban areas. Just a few figures that after water, sand is the most extracted natural resource on Earth. And while global extraction somewhere is around 40 to 50 billion tons per year, this is according to the most recent report by the UN. India's estimate, according to a report by WWF, hovers somewhere around 3.5 billion tons a year. That's about 30 crore trucks, just to put that in perspective, because these numbers sometimes don't make any sense. But if you imagine 30 crore trucks, I think that's a better visualization of the challenge at hand. Just diving into the process of how this happens in India, I took this graphic that was inside the impact assessment report about sand mining in Haryana, which says excavation of mineral, loading of mineral, and transportation to the local market. But there is so much going on behind this simple flowchart, and that's what I want to highlight. And most of my presentation will hinge on this, what's hidden behind this. And I like to call this the many sites of violence in this chain that we just saw. This is extensive, I know. Screenshot this, I'll share the presentation. You can keep it, read it afterwards. But what I want to do is help visualize how the impact is distributed and existent at different places, and what are the different kind of impacts that we're seeing because of the level and scale at which sand mining is happening. We'll go through what's happening at the identification and clearance levels, at a very particular sand mine level, at the village levels which are around these sand mines, and then what's happening at the market level. At the identification and clearance stage, we had a discussion on sand mining in Indian rivers and what's happening. We had some representatives from the government as well who claim that the laws are perfect, it's just faulty implementation. And that's actually not true, that the laws are not perfect. The laws have extreme amount of loopholes, one of which I will show to you in the next slide. And this sort of claim was contested by a lot of our other panelists, including lawyers who were there present, and pointed out that there's lots of loopholes and it's also being exploited. Showing you a sand quarry on the Yamuna River. This is the Yamuna River, and this is the Haryana-Uttar Pradesh border. The red marking that you see is taken from the government's own report. This is in 2016, before the mining started. This is the condition of the river in 2018, after mining started. And this is why I'm showing you this particular location, is because the north side in this is in Haryana, and the southern part of the river is in Saharanpur. The state boundaries actually go through the middle of the river. This border helps us invisibilize a lot of the challenges. And I want to use this example to illustrate how our laws are not actually how they should be. All sand mining in India is allotted through district survey reports. Each district prepares its own report, says this is the amount of sand we have in our rivers, this river has this amount of sand, and this is how much we can mine. But the district of Yamunanagar does not speak to the district of Saharanpur, and both assume X amount of sand to be present in the river. Both mine for X amount of sand in the river, taking out 2X amount of sand, while the river only has X amount of sand. And while these are districts opposite to each other, if you look at the river in total, this is additive. It adds on. And each district says this much is the replenishment rate, but then that replenishment is happening across the river. It's not happening for each district. This is a major flaw that is constantly exploited to say how much mineral can be extracted from the river. A major challenge in this is that along with borders, language also invisibilizes who's the actual gainer. We constantly hear the term mafia, but who is the mafia? And that is something that we need to investigate. I'm not going further into that. I'm sticking to the impacts. At the mine and village level, an ecosystem on a river supports a lot of life. Where you see saras cranes and stocks in this river, they are sustained by smaller microbial microbes present in the river. They're sustained by fishes present in the river, and those fishes and microbes are sustained by the sandy habitat in the river. What happens is we go from this to this. This is a live example from the river Ken at a village called Khatiha Kala. And this is the way we mine sand. When you do this, you completely destroy the ecosystem, which starts at the habitat level, then goes to the smaller species. It's the food chain, as we've learned. And that food chain triggers collapse in many directions. This extraction can look like this, where there's lines and lines of trucks carrying sand. This is an example from Bihar. This is something that academicians sometimes referred to as single large-scale mining. But it can also look like this, where there's multiple small-scale mining. And the evaluation of this activity cannot just be by saying whether machines are being used or not. It has to be evaluated at a level where we talk about the amount that is being extracted, the way it is being extracted, and where it is being extracted from. So this is from the Mahananda River near Siliguri in West Bengal. And this ecosystem impact that I explained earlier, the habitat loss, the loss in biodiversity, and the trigger effect of that continues because of the kind of demand that we have in this country. That big hole in the river that I showed you, riverbed, this is an image from that same village where women in the village actually sat on a Jal Satyagraha, sat in the river, saying they will not go out of the water unless the mining is banned in that area. Unfortunately, because of those large pits that you saw, we've already lost children drowning in those pits because there is no process being followed. So loss of life, human life is also happening. These trucks often that are plying, they are overladen. And what happens is that roads keep breaking because those roads are calibrated for lower weightage of trucks, while those trucks are extremely heavy and are not supposed to be plying on those roads with such weight. This is a report which is very striking, but the impacts don't limit themselves just to ecosystem impacts and impacts on humans through that trigger a collapsing ecosystem. But direct violence is also happening and being enabled by this sector is something that we should keep in mind. Some direct and indirect factors of financial losses. There's a lot to unpack. I'm not going to go into the details, but I wanted to list this out, that this is some of the indirect and indirect factors that are leading to financial losses. And it's directly pinching because I'm guessing most of those seeing this session might be tax-paying citizens. It pinches them a lot, but we don't really realize that it is happening. Because we're talking about urban ecosystems, the city first removes the aggregate from the river, then removes the food from the river, then removes the water from the river, and sends back sewage and other waste material to the river. But what is important is that when we take out the aggregate, we actually threaten the food and the water in the river. So taking the example of Bangalore, large-scale sand mining on the Kaveri actually threatens Bangalore's own water security because Bangalore is so reliant on the Kaveri now. So we have to think at an ecosystem level about these impacts because we can't isolate ourselves. Any of the sustainable societies, for example, built say in Bangalore, would not be able to have a buffer against the kind of say rains that we're seeing right now happening in Bangalore. So the ecosystem lens is extremely important as we move ahead, and not just isolated city level units for a climate prepared city. Just last slide, that in recent times, there's been lots of interest in sand mining and its effect on society. This sector touches every single SDG, mostly negatively, but sometimes positively as well. It touches upon every single SDG. And that is why I'm constantly saying that we need that ecosystem level perspective. And as we move ahead, there are challenges. We are trying to solve it. At Veditum, we are working on a new accountability tool through which we want to visualize this problem, visibilize the different markers within this system, and also have the kind of discussion that we're having today with more partners and actors within this space to really try and solve this problem. So thank you. That's my time, and I'll wait for questions.
Thanks so much, Siddharth. What we'll do, kind of just in the interest of flow, is keep moving through the presentations, and then we'll open up for questions towards the end. So our next panelist and speaker is Dr. Nikhil Bukalia from IIT Madras. He's an assistant professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras. He's a specialist in applying system thinking perspectives at the organizational and policy level for complex problems facing our society, such as safety and sustainability. And I'll just pause here to say that These are extremely complex problems. So we're relieved to know that there are thinkers like yourselves addressing some of these issues. He pursued his BTech in civil engineering from IIT Kanpur, and his current research interests include safety and sustainability of the construction and railway sector in India and on management of infrastructure projects. So I'll hand over to you now, Nikhil.
Thank you, Maya, for that introduction, and thank you, Jana Space, for having me here. And I think it could not have been a better start what Siddharth just explained. While we know that construction sector brings a lot of good opportunities, it unfortunately is creating what we call as side effects, and those side effects are more and more being recognized, and there's an urgent need that harm needs to be managed properly, right? And that was essentially one of the ideas that at IITM, we are still not ready to go and claim that no, a cementless construction can be possible at this stage. That's definitely a good dream that I got to know from Siddharth's presentation today. But what we are trying to do is minimize the impact and, of course, develop technologies and similarly the areas that what Siddharth has also pointed out today. So this center was born out of Institute of Eminence. IIT Madras was declared Institute of Eminence. As part of that, we were given some grant. So together at this Department of Civil Engineer, we brainstormed and we come up with this idea. Of course, this is not a new idea, but we just decided to align our forces in order to try to solve this problem, right? And whether the funding or not, this is how we are going to do. So this center, you will see more and more activity coming out of this in future. But I just want to give you a brief overview of the research team. As you can clearly see that some of these people are very known in the industry for their individual works in construction material, management topics, and building sciences. But just the diversity of the team says the kind of challenges that we are dealing, that it's not an individual problem to solve. An individual cannot make a huge difference, but only when we truly align ourselves and we are contributing to each other's work, only that's the way we think is a way to forward in order to solve such kind of a complex issue that we have started to tackle upon. Right? So just to give another side of the story, which Siddharth had already highlighted very brilliantly, but what we had decided to earlier focus on the construction and demolition waste as a potential solution for some of the scarcity of the material that we are facing and because of the impact that construction industry is creating. So on the left-hand side, you clearly see the kind of construction demolition waste being generated in our country. It's a huge underestimation, I would say, at this stage, but still the number is quite significant at 530 million tons. And on the right-hand side, you can clearly see the demand of the cement materials that we need in order to construct it based on cement systems. The sand is legally it's banned, but there's a lot of illegal dimension which Siddharth just shown. But we also know that the stock of stones, limestones, and many other material that we require, the ingredients that we require are also under scarcity. So we definitely need to find one is new material, but also this recycle some of the waste that gets generated and different sorts of waste that gets generated. And you'll be surprised currently in India, the recycling, the official figures just say less than 1% of the C&D waste that gets generated is currently being recycled. So it's a huge gap that we need to fulfill. And this is what we thought we will align. So our vision was to become a primary destination in India for all who are interested in developing some of the technology related to this low carbon and lean construction. And we want to become that test bed where people could come up with the ideas and test it with us and together take it to from an ideas generation stage to actual implementation with the industry, right? And the idea is not only centered around the material waste as we talk about. We definitely have been working on a lot of alternative materials and integrating them with the cement-based material systems, but we're also talking about reduction in the process waste, which is basically related to this whole supply chain of the material that was briefly discussed by Siddharth also, right? So there is a transportation, there's an inventory management, there's a material handling, and then also there is a recycling part of it, which I will touch upon later. And what we strongly believe is that only when you look at these all things together, we can achieve or even begin to move towards what we call as a sustainable construction, right? And the impact, of course, this is also a new and emerging area. The impact assessment of the same thing has to be done in order to convince people. And you can clearly see one of the studies that was recently done by our group It says that for per ton of C&D waste that gets generated and that goes to landfilling instead of recycling, it has a huge carbon emission, energy footprint, and a loss of arable land, which is going to be an important commodity, like as we want to move forward. So what we have decided to do is not focus only on technology, while our center focuses on names in technology, but we actually try to come up with and to tackle the problem at a systems level. And I'll just give you a snapshot of that. Of course, we are not going into details of it, but we see the systems thinking the way we conceptualize it. There are 4 parts of it. The first part of it is related to the scientific research, which is, of course, trying out new materials and see whether they are actually making sense for the kind of requirements that people have for various sorts of construction. For example, new materials for low cost housing or mass housing. That are the kind of research areas that we are tackling. But in moving beyond just the scientific advancement, we actually are leading way in developing technology and tools which can actually directly be used by the industry in order to start using or start implementing the solutions that we have developed in our laboratory scales, right? But having worked with industry for past 20 years and having a good group of construction management related problems, we also realize that technology adoption sometimes is a pain. Often it is a pain. It's not an overnight challenge, overnight transformation in the industry. And that is where we also focus a lot on how to do this organizational and management related research and how to really drive the technology development, adoption. And then ultimately our goal is also to contribute at the policy level so that we can make the changes in the whole industry rather than working with some few handful of industry partners, right? So in that, we also focus not only on one aspect of the life cycle, but what we call as the cradle to cradle or end to end approach, right? And this circular economy, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are familiar here. So while a lot of research will have to be needed in terms of identifying the potentials of new types of raw materials or new recycled materials and how can they be used in building applications, but we also need to work on the supply chain aspects. How could you optimize the design process? How could you optimize the construction process? How could you make your buildings durable and optimize their energy consumption during the long service life that these buildings serve? And then ultimately, once these buildings and structures that we develop are demolished, how do you actually collect that and how do you actually bring it back to the whole system, right? So that's where we think that systems thinking is also applicable for all the aspects of the circular economy that we have just highlighted. And I'll very briefly move from some of the ideas. Of course, at the technology level, we are trying to come up with new technology where people could realize the potential of a waste material as a construction material very quickly. So we are trying to reduce the overall time it takes to know the potential. That's what we are optimizing. The second part is also related to this new kind of construction processes, which is also involving the innovation, not only in material, but also how the construction works as a whole, right? So this, for example, IIT Madras is leading this 3D printing houses kind of related innovation in India, which is, it's a totally different material, but also the supply chain of the material is totally different. And that has a huge potential in terms of bringing a good sustainable impact. But again, this is just one part of the solution. We are also looking at a policy level, as I told. So we are working with governments in order to map this whole material flow. How does it get transported from one place to another? Similar to what Siddharth was explaining. So actually, that's where, Siddharth, this is one of our area which we could actually work together and see where we could help you and also learn more about the problem. We are also trying to create these waste maps in a city, how this recycled material, how the material flows happen, where the waste gets generated, where it is consumed, who are the people involved, and can we develop a system which benefits all rather than completely marginalizing some part of the community while we are trying to build these new formal systems, right? Because informal economy exists. We can't just deny their existence, but we need to integrate them while we are proposing new types of solutions. So that's the kind of approach that we are taking here. And I'll just quickly give you two very recent studies that we have conducted. And this is about a new innovative recycling process that we're talking about. So as I told, like in construction demolition waste, there is an aggregate, right? And this aggregate is usually coated with a cement paste. right? So that's the first step, that you need to remove this cement paste, which is hardened cement paste, from this aggregate in order to use them. So in our laboratory scale experiment, we actually proved that once you heat the aggregates to a sufficiently high temperature and then you just shake them, it is as good as a new as good as a new aggregate. And you can visually see that the virgin aggregates here and the recycled aggregates, they practically show no difference in terms of their uses potential for new buildings, right? So that was a very innovative finding for us. But then we went one notch ahead. What we did is, instead of using like electricity for heating, we tried whether can we use renewable energy for this heating process, because taking this cement to this 500 degree in a kiln will again cause the same amount of CO2 that we are actually trying to save, right? So we actually tested it with the solar power panel, and this is particularly in Mount Abu. So of course, I'm not saying that your household level solar panels will be able to do so, but we just found out that it's actually possible. Even solar energy can produce sufficient energy so that this whole bunch of aggregates can actually be recycled, and that could be a huge potential to scale this production process in a industry level, right? And this finding is just newly come. But another thing that I just wanted to highlight, while we're talking about material, we also wanted to quantify how good is our effort just focusing on material, right? So this is an analysis that one of my colleagues here did. It is basically based on Chennai's Metropolitan Development Authority. So what we developed is we come up with two scenarios working with the stakeholders directly in terms of how is the urban landscape going to change for Chennai from 2019 saying current to 2050, right? And then we checked how much of the energy benefits or how much of the CO2 savings will happen if we were to replace the new growth with the new type of materials or less energy effective or less CO2 emission materials that we're talking about. And this is something which was very, very surprising to us, is that while we are focused on the material side of innovation is a good focus, it captures only 20-30% of the problem that we are trying to solve. The bigger problem lies in the whole optimizing the operations of the building, because you see buildings are actually typically their uses in 40 to 50 years. And that's a huge chunk of energy consumption, which needs to be optimized through some or the other means, or basically a greener source. And I'm sure the next speaker, Karthikeyan sir, will be able to talk about that even better. But this is what we realized, that often it could be possible that the problem that we originally targeted could not be the main chunk that we are wanting to. And therefore, we have to be this kind of an open-mindedness and also approach the problem from multiple angles. And that's what we're trying to do at IITM. And we definitely invite all of you. And this is not a problem that only IITM is leading. Across the world, there are very good universities and academic groups that are, and interdisciplinary groups that are trying to solve these problems, and hope that today we will also get connected to a few more people. And we invite you all to be part of our center and contribute to solving some of these issues that we are facing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikhil. That was, it was really heartening to hear about the work that's happening. And, I think one of the follow-ons would be, it would be fantastic to get more case studies of some of these innovations, technologies, processes that your team is building out, because I feel like that's going to be really powerful for the entire industry. And so now we're going to move on to, I think, probably one of the more important stakeholders in this conversation, which is we understand the impact. We understand that there are alternatives, better options, there are solutions. But critically, it's industry that needs to really be able to pick up those solutions and adopt them at kind of a mainstream level. So moving on now, I want to introduce Mr. S Karthikeyan, who heads Technical and Certification Services for IGBC, which is the Indian Green Building Council, and Green Pro Eco Labeling. He leads a team to offer certification services, development of rating systems and standards, and related business development. Mr. Karthikeyan played a leadership role in the design and development of
Maya, it's fine.
Okay, well, just to say that you are kind of the pioneer in this and have led the setting up of Green Pro Eco Label, which has been recognized by UNEP and the Global Eco Labeling Network. So globally recognized and obviously sort of very impactful. So handing over to you, sir.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you for this nice introduction. And of course, I must also thank Dr. Nikhil about the overview in terms of how the alternate materials and sustainable materials can be extensively used in buildings, the kind of research that is going on in IITM, to talk about all those things to us. Thank you, Dr. Nikhil. And of course, Mr. Siddharth, who has brought out the major issue, whatever we have been facing with respect to the sand mining, all those aspects. To some extent, all these need to be addressed by adopting sustainable practices in construction industry. This is what we have been trying to do for the last 2 decades. We have been working on green buildings, or the other way you can also talk about sustainable buildings, how the buildings can be made sustainable or incorporate green measures there so that you can bring down the impacts to a large extent. The second aspect is we are also talking about if you want to make a green building or a sustainable building, what kind of products and materials that should go as part of the building so that the overall impact can be brought down. If you are able to choose the right kind of products and materials, obviously you would be able to significantly reduce the embodied carbon in the building as well, apart from addressing the operational carbon related issues, if you do it well. So I'm trying to combine both the aspects and then present some of the practices which have been promoted in the industry and widely practiced. Just to give an introduction, we started this initiative way back in the year 2001, 2002, by setting up our center, the Green Business Center in Hyderabad. This is the first green building in the country. We introduced the green building concepts in the country and then started promoting this. In fact, before even start preaching, we wanted to practice ourselves. That is what our chairman message is. So we built our own office, the Green Business Center as a green building. For a brief period of time, this was also the greenest building in the world, in fact. For about a couple of years, it was the greenest building in the world. And today it has become a net zero energy building. Right now we are working on in terms of how to demonstrate the concepts related to net zero in terms of energy, water, waste to landfill, and also the carbon. So it has become a net zero energy building. So whatever the initiative we have taken up in the year 2001, it has grown significantly in the last 2 decades. Variety of building typologies, they started adopting the green building concepts. Say it is a commercial building or residential building or even education institutions, the infrastructure projects like airports, metro stations, or even railway stations, the government buildings to a large extent, they are also adopting the green building concepts. So what we started with only about say 20,000 square feet, today we have more than about 8.18 billion square feet of the green buildings implementing the green measures. In terms of projects, more than about 7,500 projects, they are implementing the concepts. So as on date, if you look at in terms of the size, India is the second largest country having got this green building footprint. And our aspiration is to achieve about say 10 billion square feet by the year 2025. Probably if we achieve about 10 billion square feet, India will even become #1 country in the world with the green building, the largest green building footprint. So having said this, the green building concepts are significantly adopted by these buildings and built environment. So obviously there is an increased demand for credible products and materials because, unless I know these products are really contributing to the green buildings, how can I use these products? So there is a need for credible products. So our estimate in the country is approximately the potential is close to about some $300 billion, approximately about 18 lakh crores by 2025. That kind of potential is there from the green building products and materials market point of view. That is what we are working on. So when we are talking about green building, there are broadly about 5 areas where we need to address variety of aspects. The building has to be more energy efficient. So the energy and the atmosphere need to be addressed. The indoor environment quality that need to be enhanced. The materials and resources that go as part of the building, they need to be sustainable. it also need to take care of the water efficiency related measures. And obviously, ultimately, all these aspects should address the sustainability of the sites, the impact to the environment should be as low as possible. This is how the green building performs as a whole. So the products, materials, whatever we are going to use as part of the building should also contribute to all these areas. It should make the building more energy efficient. It should contribute to enhancing the indoor environment quality so that the occupant health and well-being has been taken care. The material I am going to use should have a lower carbon impact, the lower carbon footprint, so that the overall footprint of the building is also coming down. So the material should be water efficient. The building as a whole should consume less amount of water. So all these things I need to look at while selecting the products and materials. I will just give some example, how these are going to contribute to the green building concepts. Many a times when we start working on construction of the building, we look at a brick, and the brick primarily many of the civil engineers will understand. Primarily, we look at in terms of what is the compressive strength of the brick, because that is what we need to ensure while selecting the brick. But what we are looking at from a green building point of view is, apart from looking at the compressive strength, we want the brick to be also thermal performance of the brick also to be much better compared to a conventional brick. Say for an example, if you take a fly ash brick or the AAC block, the thermal performance, the insulation property of the brick, I don't want to get into the two technical terminologies, the U value kind of terminology. It is much, much better compared to a conventional brick. So obviously what it does, if you build a wall with this brick, the heat gain in the building will be much lower. When the heat gain in the building is lower, your load on the air conditioning will come down. If the load on the air conditioning comes down, obviously your energy consumption in the building will come down, and related emissions also will come down. The second, suppose if it is not an air-conditioned building, it is like a house which is built with this kind of bricks. So obviously the thermal comfort in the building will be much better compared to a conventional building. And you also look at in terms of the carbon footprint. For an example, these kind of bricks, we are talking about using alternate materials like a fly ash to the extent of about 70%. So obviously what happens is, in terms of the carbon footprint also compared to a conventional brick, where I need to use a lot of fuel or the wood to burn it and then make it as a brick. Here the footprint is much, much lower, and it is more energy efficient in a way with respect to the building envelope. We have also done many simulation analysis. For an example, in this case, this building, it's about say 20,000 square feet. Looking at the simulation, we can easily establish that if you construct with these kind of thermally insulated bricks. When I say insulated, it is not that I'm going to use an additional insulation. The property of the material itself is much better compared to a conventional brick. So we would be able to reduce the energy consumption to the extent of about 4 to 5%. When I say 4 to 5%, it may look very small, but for the entire life of the building, you are going to achieve this 4 to 5% reduction in energy consumption. So obviously, if this has been taken into consideration by design, we would also be able to reduce the air conditioning load also by design. To that extent, these materials contribute to enhancement of the energy efficiency in the buildings. Just to give an example, another example, see, nowadays it becomes very common, going for completely a concrete building. When I go for concrete building, obviously the concrete has got very high U value. The thermal insulation property of the concrete is not that great. So obviously the very high-rise concrete buildings have got a lot of opportunity for increased heat gain. So there are different kind of concrete materials available. We talk about the low density concrete or the thermoconcrete. These thermoconcrete materials, they contribute a very less amount of carbon footprint because it uses more and more fly ash, or the GBBS, which is a waste material from the steel industry. And because of these aspects, there is a lower density and also an increase in insulation property. The U value is much, much lower. So the heat gain in these buildings will be much lower compared to a conventional building. So these kind of materials, what we are trying to do is We have an eco-label called Green Pro. So through the Green Pro process, there is a standard available. We select these materials, test these materials, verify this with the support of third-party experts, and then certify. So that when an end user looks for this kind of material, he would be able to very easily choose. So for an example, a developer or an end user, they don't have the technical knowledge in terms of, okay, whether to look for U value of the brick or the U value of this overall concrete material. These are all very difficult for them to choose, test, and then take a decision in terms of the selection of the material. For them, it makes much more, the eco-labeling makes the process much more easier. At the moment they find a Green Pro eco-label, they are ensured that, yes, these are the products are very well tested, evaluated, and then certified, so that they can easily choose those material and get benefited. For an example, a concrete which uses, a building which uses this type of concrete, obviously there will be a reduction in heat gain, and the reduction in heat gain also contributes to the reduction in air conditioning load, and that is also to the extent of about anywhere between 3 to 4%. And again, whenever I say 3 to 4%, it may look very small, but it is for the lifetime of the building. Similarly, from the indoor environment quality point of view, many a times we are all people, whenever the building gets painted very recently, we get the smell of paint, isn't it? The smell of paint is because of the volatile organic compound in the building, in the paint. The volatile organic compound is essential from the point of view of drying of the paint, but at the same time, these compounds, the volatile organic compound, or the hazardous materials that are available in the paint, they have a very significant health impact in human. See, the VOC, it affects the nervous systems. The volatile organic compound affects the nervous system. The color, some of the materials which gives the color, for an example, lead and chromium, obviously, these are all carcinogenic. So what we do in our process is we try to ensure that these are very, very low. So for an example, if it is a solvent-based paint, obviously the VOC level will be very high. But we encourage more of water-based paints so that the VOC is much lower. The heavy metal content is also very, very low and well within the limit rather. And also the elimination of formaldehyde. All those aspects have been taken care in case of Green Pro Eco-Label paint. So even while choosing the paint, we need to be careful. What is that we are going to choose? Are we choosing a solvent-based paint, or we are going to choose a water-based paint? Because these are all going to have a significant impact on the indoor environment quality and also the health of the occupants, ultimately the human beings who are going to live in the building. Similarly, there are some more materials. See, for an example, in terms of use of alternate materials, the recycled contents, the earlier speaker, he spoke about increased use of materials that are made from the construction and demolition waste. Those aspects are being encouraged significantly as part of the green building. See, generally, we have the tendency to use the ordinary Portland cement, which is a quick setting cement. But in case of green building, what we do is we encourage more of blended cements. Blended cement, the Portland Pozzolana cement, which has got the fly ash content to the extent of about 35%. And even the Portland slag cement, wherein the slag content can be as high as about 70%. To that extent, the actual cement content is getting reduced. That means we are able to save on the natural resources. We are also reducing the emissions. So when we are reducing the emissions, the overall, obviously, the impact on the environment comes down. Some more idea. See, for an example, how to make use of this together. We all know about concrete. This is something like a pervious concrete. I have to go for a separate rainwater harvesting system in the building. Instead of going for a separate rainwater harvesting system, if the pavements can be made use of for rainwater harvesting. For an example, these pervious concrete, this will allow the water to percolate. The percolation ratio is very high. The percolation rates are very high. It is anywhere between, say, 200 to 500 liters per minute. We can design this concrete and then make use of it in the building, in the surrounding area, so that you can also reduce the investment on the rainwater harvesting system and make use of the area to capture the rain and then allow it to percolate to the ground for augmenting the groundwater table. So those kind of ideas are being looked at. So friends, I just thought of sharing these kind of ideas. Fundamentally, the point is, yes, any activity you do with respect to construction, even if you build a small house, it will have an environment impact. So we will not be able to completely negate the environment impact. That is something, a far-fetching idea, but we can reduce the environment impact as much as possible. How we can reduce the impact? Number one, adopt the green practices in the building, and try to make it as a green building. And second, choose the products and materials which are more suitable for these kind of applications, which have got a lower carbon footprint, which has got which are contributing to reducing the environment impact on account of the overall building, improving the energy efficiency, contributing to the water management. All those aspects we can look at and then make it really green. Many a times people believe, yes, at the moment we talk about the green building, they think, oh, the green buildings are costlier. But we have sufficient evidence. We have worked on many green buildings. In fact, if you choose the concept right, if you choose the right products and material, even the cost of construction can be reduced to a large extent. So it contributes significantly for building economically, and also reduces the carbon footprint of the overall supply chain, apart from reducing the carbon footprint of the building as a whole. So friends, my request is, incorporate green measure, build green, and also choose green products and materials. So with this, I would like to stop. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karthikeyan. I think that was extremely helpful in that it made very tangible to people what they can do. And I think really the point of this conversation is what can be done, what needs to be done, and by whom. But I'll quickly open it up to a couple of questions here from the audience. I think in the interest of time, we'll try to run through as many of these as possible. There's a question from Shweta saying, does 3D concrete printing using robotics in construction, etc., help reduce material usage?
Yes, certainly. You can actually make panel and put material only where the actual structure load is coming, and you can optimize the design that way, and it actually reduces the consumption of overall material to a great extent. Too simple. More details? Yeah, please.
So is that a trend that we are seeing, which is that there is going to be more adoption of these kinds of technologies?
We certainly hope to, but there is no one quick answer that I could give to that question. Basically, it needs to also the supply chain optimization, right? There should be enough number of players in the market who are willing to accept that. There are enough number of players who are willing to supply that. The technology itself is evolving, whether it is structurally sound or not, whether it is applicable for all types of houses in India, in all geographies of India or not. These are the questions which, as and when we move along, they will come. But yes, the model houses.
The response is that it exists, it's nascent, and the market needs to develop for this to be more widespread.
It's certainly nascent in all parts of the world to be able to call it as a mass level product as of now. But this is precisely where we have our own startup setup in this space, and they are actually rapidly expanding throughout the whole geography of India. So they started in Chennai, but they have now many new what they call it fabrication houses coming up in different parts of India. And in fact, they are trying to solve problems in remotest of our countries of part of our country. So yeah, it will rapidly bring it up. I don't know if it will be as common as a new iPhone, but definitely we hope to see it to that level.
And then one which is kind of more on the policy side from Ria saying, why do we not pass policy ahead of time to encourage or mandate adoption of C&D recycling by industry? I think this is an interesting one to address because there is some policy. So it would be interesting to understand where the gaps are.
Yeah. So I would like to take that because I definitely work on policy area more. There are formal answers which we can take on this, but of course there's a lot of informalness in the sector where the way policies are actually made and the way they are influenced by the people in the decision-making positions. I'm not going into that aspect, but definitely sticking to the only that whether the rules and laws exist. In India, we do have a mandate for using recycled products now. The challenge is within the government bodies, there's a lot of resistance to adopt them rapidly. One is because they require hand-holding. Accountability, question of accountability comes into the picture, whether what will happen and who will take the blame, that becomes a responsibility. A lot of contractual obligations make it difficult. So while we have technology, we do not have contractual relations which can guide the client and contractor relationship, which can actually do this. Something what Siddharth was talking about. At the interfaces, there are lots of gaps that needs to be filled. And I think Siddharth is also raising his hand so he can add to that point. Yeah.
I just wanted to add that, it's not that we don't know what to do, how to do it. There's a huge issue regarding willingness. And it just relates back to what I showed earlier, that there is this gap in understanding of who is the gainer from the current system. Unless we identify that, the transition will be more difficult, because there will be lots of baggage that will be tracked with the transition. So to cut that baggage, we need to identify and reduce the incentive in the current system so that we move on to the transition. So I think we can speak about it very vaguely, but if I had to say it directly, that there are gainers within the political system, within bureaucracy, from the current system of illegal sand mining or illegal aggregate mining. Unless we disincentivize that, the policy and action that we need to see for this transition to happen in good amount of time will not happen.
So I think that's a great kind of segue to potentially kind of the last question for today. And this is for all of the panelists, whoever wishes to respond. What we're hearing is that the policy exists, the technologies exist. There's a gap in terms of adoption, and a lot of that is related to incentives. What are the incentives that need to be created, and for whom, for this to become more mainstream?
Okay, Maya, I will try to address this question. There are, as you said, there are solutions available for many of these issues, and there are some policies, and these policies need to either encourage, or it should be like state, you have to regulate.
Yeah.
The policy is also available in various states. When this picks up significantly, if you look at the incentives will work only for the initial period of time, just to give a thrust to whatever the right thing to do for some time. At the moment somebody realizes, yes, it really makes sense for me to do in terms of economics, in terms of the overall the system, then I do it automatically. Why should I depend on a policy to encourage me? Why should I depend on somebody to tell me to do this? So ultimately, if it makes business sense, whether it is a corporate or it is an individual, if it makes economic sense for him, then automatically he picks up and then takes this forward. We have seen this in both the green building as well as green product. See, green building, just to highlight, when we started working on this, we were forced to spend close to about some 18% more compared to a conventional building. So nobody will spend about 18% more on a green building. But we wanted to demonstrate, yes, this is technically feasible and also economically viable, though it has got a payback period of about 6 to 7 years, about 20 years back. Today, we talk about a lower construction cost if the principles are adopted correctly, if the products and materials are chosen correctly. If a conventional builder constructs with the X price, if the same another builder constructs the same type of building with the same square feet with the green building concepts, his price or his cost will be much, much lower compared to conventional approach. So if that message goes to the public, if that message goes to the end user, the system will automatically pick up and more and more.
I think that's, as you were saying, so that's a critical piece, right? That awareness, I think, does not exist. There is still a very strong perception of a green premium, and that is something that I think needs to be overcome for this to really essentially be adopted by the larger market.
Exactly.
So I see that we are bang on time now. So thank you everyone for joining. really looking forward to engaging with all of the panelists more and seeing what can be created from the ideas and the solutions that you have shared. Thanks to the Jana Urban team and of course Rainmatter. So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maya. It was a brilliant session. I think we had a lot of interesting questions and discussions around this. We will move on to the next session, which is the impact of architectural design on sustainable environmental sustainability. Meera, so this session is going to be moderated by Meera. To give you a quick introduction, Meera is a co-founder of Citizen Matters, an award-winning civic media platform focusing on critical urban issues, ideas, and solutions for cities. Citizen Matters empowers citizens with the knowledge, understanding, and tools to make cities sustainable, equitable, and livable. She's also helped initiate Open City, an urban data platform. She's a founder trustee at the Veditum Foundation, a non-profit working on civic media, open data, and citizen engagement. She's also an Ashoka Fellow, recognized for her work building open knowledge platforms that allow citizens to collaborate and improve their cities. Meera, I'll ask you to lead from here.
Thank you, Shreya. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this last session, the impact of architecture and design on environment sustainability. And from the previous session, it's kind of pretty obvious that construction is one of the biggest challenges that we're facing today. And let me take a minute to summarize. So we talked about emissions today, right, from the production side as well as the operations. And we saw that how building construction and operation accounts for about 36-40% of the global final energy use, as well as the energy related CO2 emissions, right? And one thing to remember is most of the buildings that will exist in India in 2040 are yet to be built. So it's a growing economy. There's going to be more and more buildings happening, and we need to keep this in mind. And as it is, we are the second largest cement producer and consumer. Number two, it destroys urban ecology, biodiversity, and leaving very little of nature for flood control, oxygen production, water purification, etc. And of course, we also heard about the construction debris, C&D waste, and we are generating about 12 million tons of construction and demolition waste, and recycling about 1%. And the other thing is, of course, there are a lot more implications. And beyond this, we also heard about the implication in terms of equity, economy, human rights, and more. So obviously, there is need for action. And even now, if you look at the climate action plans, many countries are mentioning buildings in their NDCs, right? That nationally determined contributions, but it's not really clear what they're going to do beyond. There are energy efficiency guidelines, but there are no specific targets, right? And there's nothing mentioned in terms of percentages, what are the actions they're going to take, and how do we prioritize these actions to decarbonize the sector. All of that is not clear. So there's a lot of that needs to be done. And there are two aspects to this, right? One is on the side of switching to renewable energy sources from the perspective of energy itself. And the second part is this improving building design itself, and which is something we will be talking about in today's session. And it's also important to look at approaches which look at buildings within the ecosystem, not just as standalone structures, but looking at the larger urban ecosystem as well. And all of this, as we have a commitment to provide affordable and adequate housing for our billions of people. So how do we promote the right solution? How do we focus on innovation to make these buildings future-proof? So it's not just about sustainability, but we are also talking about resilience, because climate change as we speak is happening, right? So we have a panel of experts, all architects today, and we will hear from them. Each of them will have a short presentation, and then we'll have a nice conversation. I now invite the panelists to share their thoughts, and we'd like to start with Chitra. Chitra will talk about, her talk is titled Tyranny of Small Decisions. She's going to talk about the rising temperatures and the need for a new narrative in creating urban bylaws. Chitra, over to you.
Oh, I thought I was after Nirmita, so let me start sharing the screen. Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Meera, sorry, and thank you, Jana and Rainmatter for this invite. Okay, I'm so sorry. It was, yes. So the impact of architectural design. So what we've been hearing is constantly buildings, architecture, the way we build, flogging us, flogging the architects, flogging the buildings. And flogging, let's say, glass, the various materials. But sometimes we have to start looking at it a bit sympathetically too. Now, if you have an office and our cars and our buses emit so much of pollution and the noise and the way the roads are full of dust, we really need a quieter place. And for that, we'll have to close them. And we still need to bring in daylit. We're very happy with the daylit inside. It can't happen without the glass. So I think we have to be a little more sympathetic to the decisions people are taking, because there are a lot of other reasons. So let's go with what's my current worm in my head. And I hope this panel is more for ideas rather than merely looking at solutions or saying that, yeah, this is going wrong, that's going wrong. But this is with WRI had come up with how the heat island is happening in different cities. I've tried and captured 2 pictures of 2008 and 2021, and you can see the increase. And I still say it's a smorgasbord of reasons, not just one reason and not just the buildings. And what does it do? It affects the health. It affects the possibility of decent work. It affects accidents, If you're not slept in the night, next day, surely you will be in an accident. If it's too hot and you can't go out to work, you're not going to get your job. And if it's not that, it affects the health of the person and the family. So what are the different solutions we can work, and what exactly this could all happen with? And in terms of where am I getting these things, it's all here. It's the different studies. But like Meera said, we still need till 2040, still a lot to be built. We are really low on our HDI, and we live in extremely congested spaces. And these congested spaces also are the reasons for a lot of health issues. Recently, a study has come out as to how people get TB because of the kind of spaces they're living in. And then we say we should not have AC. But you can see the studies that even poor have ACs in their houses. Sorry, the next one, yeah. Just because we have such bad ventilation, everybody has AC now. And look at the smartness of the AC manufacturers. They manufacture it with inverter-based ACs. We didn't have inverter-based ACs earlier, but now we get them because we don't get electricity throughout. So imagine how much of money even the poor are spending for themselves to be comfortable. They will have to spend on inverter, they'll have to pay higher electricity prices, they have to get the ACs so that they can go for work tomorrow. Yeah, and why this is happening? We're cutting down trees, we're paving, we're building with glazing, and it's a vicious circle. We use ACs, and ACs are the main contributors to this effect. What I say is that we have to start changing the urban bylaws. And way to change the urban bylaws is that we have to make them granular and ecosystem based, not the way it is now. Something about if you do this much of this height and this much of land use and this much of FSI, you will get better economics. That doesn't work anymore. And we should not base it on economics, because there are negative effects of these economics in terms of health and general living conditions. So I come up with a new narrative, starting with the fact and the need, and putting in one more human right, which is a cool space to live and work. That is non-negotiable. That's a human right. So how do we go about it? Let's prioritize shade. Heat and energy generations are interlinked. We need cool daylit interiors. Can we reimagine places of living? Can we reimagine places of working? Can we think of undergrounds as places for living and working? And base the bylaws on carrying capacity. Bio has worked on studies where we could work up to about 40 square meters per person is enough to get your own water, your own best air, light, energy, treat your wastewater and grow food, and also add to biodiversity. Just that much. Can we take that 40 square meter per person and decide how much can be built in that part of the land, not based on some strange FSI rules? So I talked about prioritization. Yes, let's plant more trees, let's save trees. But planting more trees and trees to be providing shade will take longer, but now change your bylaws. Why can't a commercial building be allowed to provide for shaded space to walk while it gets an extra space above? And let that space be clean, like this gentleman is charging his phone and lying down in a corridor of Connaught Place. Can we do such spaces? So you're adding to spaces in public spaces, adding to possibility of people resting, using these spaces, clean and shaded. And this reduces the heat island effect, plus gives economics, boost to economy because you're going to get extra space above. But in this whole sense, you can start now looking at the whole master plans with sun path. Work out your sun path during the sunny days. Work out your sun path during the winter in such a manner that you will not shade each other's building, while you can start using the surfaces for generating energy, but you will also be able to shade the lower levels, but try and get daylight inside. So the whole city design needs to be based on ecosystem, needs to be based on where that city is, not the same, not paint the whole, all the cities in the whole country in the same brush. And within the city, again, granular according to the place where that piece of land is. And it's my favorite, think of underground. Due to the mass of earth available, it will be much cooler. So you have examples from 1800s, from Denmark, and the latest one is a museum in Helsinki, Emoxred, where the whole of the museum is underground and above is a public space. It gets its light, but it's a beautiful public space also if possible. So I'm pushing for underground. And this is a smart roof where our terraces could take care of all our needs, from water to energy to food. Treat your waste on your roof, grow rice as we do, and allow for biodiversity. It's all because then you can use sun. Now, if such a roof is to be used, then the next door should not become tall enough to shade this and spoil everything that was happening on this road. So what is the bylaw? How high could you go? So you decide in terms of north, south, east, west of a plot, which side goes up, which sides come down, so that there is no shade on our terrace, because the terrace I'm going to use for so many other purposes, especially with energy and biodiversity. The underground remains 22 degrees centigrade throughout the year in Bangalore, and it would be the same almost whole of India. It not only gives you a space which is climate sensitive and it's great to be in, but it also would give you material to build with above. One basement would give you almost enough earth for 3 homes. So where you can't make a basement, where probably there is not enough budget for it, you still can get more soil to build with. And why is this not thought of at all? And we have bylaws in Bangalore that only after 3,000 square feet of plot that can have basement. Why? What is the reason for it? There's no reason. Even if one asks that, you know, I'm going to take out the earth and build from it, nobody talks about it. Think of water bodies early and use that for making the building. There's great possibility, and soil as a material is so much more adaptable, modifiable, that almost all kinds of soils can be used for construction. So imagine for all the walls and all the floors, if you have removed concrete and stone, other materials which you would bring from outside in larger measure than what you're doing now, you would be saving so much of material, plus you're getting a climate controlled space underground. We made this underground with a garden and a well too. On the left in Hamsa Prasanna's house. Luckily, we were in a place where we could just make more and more blocks, and we made a school with those. We transported the earth from Anikal to Sarjapur Road, and we made this school which was in a place where we couldn't have a basement. And this is mother of all basement, a school which we dug enough to not only have classrooms, but also the playground, and made enough blocks for its later expansion. But no undergrounds without not considering the aquifer. So here is Raghurai's picture in 1976 in Delhi, in Agrasen Babli, before the metro, the Shivaji Stadium metro came up. Once that came up and that went underground, the Bawli lost all its water. So what we need is the understanding of the ecosystem above ground and below ground. If we have a hydrogeological map of the whole city, we would know how to work out the whole city, and not only on the basis of above and not based on some road width. That's it, Meera. Thank you.
Thank you, Chitra. And next, I'd like to call Nirmita to share her experiences based on the work that they do at Selco, because this is a slightly different space where they're working with urban, informal, and poor communities. And over to you, Nirmita.
Thank you so much, Meera, and thank you, the Jana team, for inviting us. Just give me a minute while I share my screen. So today's presentation that I have over here broadly touches upon our work in urban areas. Selco Foundation, and especially the built environment portfolio, we focus a lot on how design and building construction techniques could support poor communities when it comes to looking at mitigation and adaptation to climate change. And in that lens, a lot of the work that we do, reflecting to what Chitra was speaking about, looks at sustainability, productivity, and well-being of communities. And what I have over here are, I think, just some of the approaches and some of the solutions that we have been able to anchor and manage in our own little way in the communities that we work with. A lot of the families and communities that we work with are informal in nature, and so a lot of the work over here will also be highlighting informality and formality in the urban fabric itself. As already highlighted in many of the presentations before mine, while climate change and its impacts are affecting most of the population in the country and globally, the poor seem to get the worst of it. If you're looking at communities and slums in the city, there's usually a lot more hotter in those communities, a lot more colder in those communities. The monsoons that we are enjoying, or the rains that we're enjoying the past few weeks here in Bangalore, will have very devastating effects in some of the communities, looking at how dense and how low-lying they are in the city. And what we try to do in our programs and our work is to understand what are those exact problem statements, and how does building construction and design sort of enable and mitigate some of those issues that the communities face. The other sort of aspect that we focus on also was covered in the previous set of presentations, which was when it comes to looking at poor communities, it's not just how the construction happens or what kind of technological solutions are we looking at when it comes to building, but also what are those operational costs of managing and running of a facility that sort of people incur, whether it's a small school, whether it's an Anganwadi, whether it's a home or a workspace that a poor person might have. And when it comes to the comfort conditions, also looking at how do you from the get-go, from the design itself, address those issues, as opposed to then bringing in an air conditioner system or a cooler or something to sort of negate some of the issues that they might be facing. The other sort of critical area that we look at is reducing costs incurred for repairs, investment in healthcare. I mean, like a lot of the families that we work with are blacksmithies, potters, working in industries, small industries that affect their health in a very negative manner. And with the advent of climate change and increasing temperatures everywhere, it becomes much more important to look at measures of holistic design, where we're not just talking about the building, but what kind of sort of appliances and what kind of equipments, for example, like a forge in the photograph over here, can be designed to sort of prevent indoor air pollution, prevent increase in temperatures within the spaces itself, and as much as possible negate or minimize any kind of issues that the families might have when it comes to sort of expenditures and incomes. When it comes to the urban context, as I was mentioning, we work with families that are nomadic, all the way to formal, informal, notified, unnotified slum communities. And over here, you might see educational spaces, you might see housing, you might be able to see workspaces of self-employed individuals within those settlements. And it becomes very important when you're looking at their issues to be able to address them in a manner that is maybe not necessarily a typical RCC kind of infrastructure, but requires some out-of-the-box thinking. So when it comes to the approach that we have, we focus on a three-pronged method, where when we talk about technical design, it needs to be able to reflect, again, what a lot of the discussions were in the previous set of presentations, which is saying that it might not be the most sustainable environmentally, but for the communities that we're working with, it is the most sustainable option that they have, that not just minimizes their costs right now, but minimizes their costs year on year as they sort of occupy the space. While we do also look at, from a futuristic perspective, what those emerging technologies could look like. We sort of partner with a lot of incubators, accelerators, similar to IIT Madras, where we look at who are the innovators in the sector and how those technologies can be made more accessible to communities that are poor. Because what usually happens is when you look at 3D technologies or any of the emerging technologies, making those technologies, first of all, market ready is exhaustive effort, and then making those applicable for communities that you're working with becomes even much more difficult. The other aspect is the social aspect, which is basically looking at what are the designs that we're coming up with, because more often than not, romanticizing sustainability when you're working with a poorer sort of strata of the community becomes quite a bad sort of habit that most people end up having. And what we try to do is make sure that the solutions that we're coming up with are aspirational, looking at what kind of skill sets are required at the at local level, which is basically saying that most of the poor self-build or take expertise of local mistris or local contractors, micro contractors at the community level. And for us to be able to capacitate those individuals, make them understand principles of climatology, thumb rules for improving in ventilation and natural lighting within spaces, making buildings disaster resilient becomes very important, so that when they continue to build in those communities, it's looked at from the lens of climate change and disaster management. And the last part being affordability, because no matter what you do, you cannot necessarily replace the cost of construction of a tin sheet and an asbestos sheet. And it becomes very important to look at financing for these solutions, whether it is through bank financing, credit, through grants, through any sort of mechanisms through which the poor sort of access credit for construction, and whether it's incrementally building or capitals required at the construction's initiation itself. So a big part of our work is also looking at financial appropriate products, and this is our holistic sort of architectural design approach when it comes to construction. I'm just going to skim through some of the examples. These are the blue top sort of communities that we work in Belgaum, Dharwad, North Karnataka regions, where a simple tarpaulin or simple sari is not necessarily enough to sort of protect the community from externalities of climate and climate change. And very simple solutions that we looked at was modularity when it came to the housing solution itself. These are readily available material in the markets, whether it's agri panels or bison boards, could be any sort of 4x8 sized panel that needs to be sort of modular and flat packed. Only interventions we had made was to ensure that the footprint required for the housing was appropriate, and the materials that we used were able to keep the indoor temperature and air quality sort of low, and improve the sort of quality of sort of the spatial quality itself. Other than that, these are some other solutions that we have sort of set up and built in Puri, where again, because of disasters like cyclones, communities are completely devastated year on year, or sometimes multiple times in the same year, and mitigation is basically adding a tarpaulin where your maybe pakka roof was. And a lot of the work we have to do, yes, Meera?
Go ahead if you can just wrap up quickly.
Sure. Some of the solutions that we sort of integrate over here are insulated roofing technologies that the communities are able to then productize and sort of look at from a financial product perspective. I'm just quickly running through these images of some of the schools that we've done in Bangalore, some of the labor colony work, again, where we sort of worked with the real estate developers on operational cost reductions and looking at climatology and design itself. Some of the livelihood spaces that we have worked, again, looking at temperature, air quality, and productivity increase. These are some of the interiors postal. And then the last one, just some of the solutions that we have, again, in pottery communities in Odisha, where, again, there's a lot of indoor air pollution, and we looked at cyclone resilience integrated into the way we sort of approach the design process itself. And yeah, just maybe leaving this in the final thing that all of these things are very important when it comes to approaching design, when it comes to sort of designing for the poor communities, for sustainable built environments. So yeah, thanks, Meera.
Thank you, Nirmata. Next, we'll have Naresh speaking, and the previous two presentations were about private, both large scale as well as small scale projects, where it's in theory possible to do the right thing. But what happens when these are projects in the public realm? They're complicated, there are multiple stakeholders, the requirements are not clear, there is no data, no accountability as well. But this is a really, really important space because the biggest projects are in the public infrastructure space, right? Right from dams to roads to drains to everything. So Naresh is going to just share his experience of coordinating this K100 waterway project. Over to you, Naresh.
Thank you. So let me share a screen immediately. Yeah, let me just. Okay. All right. As Meera pointed out, it is still possible to make a fairly large impact when it comes to private sector projects. But of late, for the past few years, I've been working with multiple projects with the government and trying to see how these multi-stakeholder problems can can be resolved in a sensible way. Bangalore has now more than 26 parastatals messing around with it one way or the other. And all of them have their own data silos which they don't share with each other. So let me quickly go into the presentation. Okay. In the private sector, I run a company called Venkataraman Associates, which does fairly large projects in the private sector. This is an example of a project we finished in the heart of Bombay. It was a mill. And it was a brownfield site with an existing factory called Mirlon. And we replanned that to also, and build in all the ideas of anticipating climate change, including water resilience, making sure that the amount of green space actually increased from what it was earlier footprints, etc., etc. And we're able to pull this off over a period of about 7-8 years with, exceeding most environmental certifications for whatever they're worth, right? So we start, and we also make sure that the industrial heritage of the place is protected, the waterways are clear, the building massing, the urban scale is maintained. So at an urban scale, it is possible to pull off almost like a world quality standard project, right? And this is what it looks like when it is finished, right? So it could be anywhere in the world for all you care, but it still has a certain Indian sensibility to it, right? The real challenge comes when, for me at least, I can do that kind of stuff now, what I showed in the first few slides, fairly in a sensible way. But when you show me something like this, and the real challenge comes is, can you turn something like this, which is every single civic problem of the city encapsulated into one slide, into that? It is unbelievable, but this looked like this, and it was covered up about 15 years ago. This is a picture from Seoul in Korea, right? It was a joke saying that the city of Seoul had no soul. And after the Gyeonggi-cheon or something, that's the way you pronounce it, comes into being, this has become the #1 public space of the city. So I thought, okay, why not propose a project to government, which it sounded like much more than, it is a bitten off more than I can chew kind of problem. But to take you back to a little bit of history, in 1791, Bangalore knew what the drainage pattern of Bangalore was. All of you have seen the floods yesterday and day before. Just notice that the entire drainage system of the city is captured in this one drawing, which shows the marshlands and the lake overflowing, the lake overflow system going into each other. And just to highlight, this is Alsur Lake. Of course, this lake doesn't exist. This is the Shantinagar bus stand, and that's Koramangala tank. If they knew this in 1791, and all we had to do was keep this. Actually, the funny part of this map is all this was done for two reasons. One was for a water supply reason. And since Bangalore is the largest city in the world today, without any natural boundaries, no mountain, no water, no sea, no river, no nothing. These were artificially created as a defense barrier. You can see that the only few ways you can come into the city like this, or like this. So you can only protect 3 or 4 locations, and all the 4 locations had the Kempegowda Tower. So there is a water heritage and also a defense heritage in this one drawing. And today, I should actually overlay that map onto this. I'll do that sometime. But this is the broad drainage of Bangalore, which is the 3 major valleys and the 4th sub-valley, which is the Arkavati Valley. And we took this area in the middle, which is the oldest probable drain in Bangalore, the K100, which goes from Majestic near the city railway station, Sanchala Silks, through the old city, and then eventually crosses Double Road, goes through Wilson, through Ijipura, and then eventually hits the Bengaluru tank. This is what happens day before yesterday, right? When you mismanage a system like this, which is created for effectively handling this kind of problem, this is what happens. And the real challenge is, can I make something on the left which looks like this into something which looks like that on the right, including that little egret hanging around. Is this possible at all? This was the project we took on. I've been advocating this for about 3 years. I tweeted about it 4 years back. I've been yelling. So last year, finally, the government said, okay, let's try it. Let's try a pilot. So this is what the drain looks like. This is the garbage dump. There are guys connecting sewage from their first floor. Amazing direct sewage coming from the top floors of buildings. There is no maintenance strategy at all. So they keep breaking the walls and taking these excavator in the guise of what is called in inverted commas, desilting contracts, which means they take the stuff out, put it outside. When it rains, it comes back inside. And also the red color that you see there is industrial effluent from BMTC's oil washing. They wash buses right next to it and the oil goes straight into the drain. So, and the bigger issue really here is the BBMP, rather than being organized in terms of river valleys or drainage valleys, they're organized in some completely random political system where every river valley actually goes through multiple zones of the BBMP. So there's no accountability at all across the length of a Rajagopal at all. So, and then the bigger issue comes. All these guys are involved in some way. The NGT, the government, there are the slums built on that edge. That is really the armpit or the backyard of the city. And the challenge to make it into the front yard and to make it give Bangalore a waterfront was the challenge we took on. So everybody in the system has got something to do with it. And nobody talks to each other. Right? So, and then we found out the drain alone is not important. What you see is also the yellow line that you see is a sewage drain, which is partly inside the stormwater drain and partly outside. And this is the micro watershed around the drain, which is feeding the drain. So if it rains in Sampangi Ramnagar, within 15 minutes, it will flood on Double Road. So the water comes from there. Right? So there was no information. So we flew drones everywhere. We mapped it using high resolution technology. We found that what they thought were about 12 secondary drains are actually 17. There were some which were Patal Ganga, which had been buried under silt and were coming from underground. After we removed the silt, we found that out. So it went through a huge process, June 2020 to 21. It took 1 year to get clarity from all stakeholders. And many of the stakeholders in Bangalore, or maybe even in India, have the stake with the pointed end and facing towards you. So you have to really resist that. They come after you, literally, with the pointy stake. And then slowly it came to a project start point. Right? And then you also started figuring out the land use, where are the green sinks of the region, where are the public greens, where are you should delay and not allow retain water in existing green pockets. Earlier, the lakes used to do that, but at least now, actively, you should use these green sinks before the water comes into the drain and lower the amount of rainwater coming inside. And the drain was silted up to an extent of almost sometimes more than 1.5 meters, reducing the capacity of the drain. The rest of the drain was filled with sewage. So when it rained, it had a cloudburst event. There's no place for the rainwater at all. It would mix with the sewage and then overflow back into the ground there. And this was the quality. The image on the right is the quality of thick silt, which is there. It's almost cake silt. We also got the disaster monitoring agency of Karnataka to model the drain and found out that it is, you can see that across the length of the drain, it is hitting capacity with even a 50 millimeter, with about 100 millimeter rainfall, it will hit the overflow. You can see that it's not able to hold it at all. Right? So we started looking at it in very, where are all the flood prone points? Just as a bit of good news, the project is about 50-60% complete. And the only place that did not flood in day before yesterday was Ijipura. Everywhere else, there was a problem. Right? And then overlay the ward data on top of that and the road data on top of that. There is no layering is a simple GIS methodology which shows up patterns where you can make out where the issues will be. And broke it up into, also designed the tender package, like a design, build, operate, transfer, so that the contractor who does it is responsible for 5 years after he finishes the project to keep it like that. Broke it up into packages. I won't read it. There's a lot of issues that have to be addressed in the whole thing. Also the idea that to bring the public into the public infrastructure, that is create a walkway inside the drain after getting rid of the sewage, so that the drain gets maintained well, like the Korean example I showed, was also proposed in this project. And upstream, the last point is that some sewage, upstream, some issue, Meera, the upstream, some of the sewage could not be stopped because it comes from under the old city, which is all covered up. So a 5 MLD sewage treatment plant, decentralized plant, is being built near town hall. And the entire year, it rains in Bangalore for 60 to 80 days a year. For the rest of the 300 and odd days, we want a stream flowing continuously in the drain as treated water going into Bengaluru tank. So you imagine the amount of people started. I thought it was a BBMP project. Of course, now everybody from that highest level, from the chief minister downwards, is monitoring this project to make sure that it's possible to do it. And out of 852 kilometers of drain, 400 kilometers is Rajagopal, and we are tackling 11 kilometers as a pilot, and that is killing us. So we have a lot of project monitoring by the most senior people in government, the chief secretary, the additional chief secretary, the chief engineers. We are also having day-to-day inspections on a daily basis. Lot of coordination meetings, lot of site level intervention. We have got NGOs called Let's Be the Change and other NGOs working with us to sensitize people, teach people next to the drain what is segregation and how to separate waste and not throw and not treat the drain like a mori. And also came up with conceptual sections to make part of the drains accessible as a public park. So this is what you see near Shanti Nagar now. And this is what it's going to be when it's finished. And it already looks like this now in the last 1 year. This is the real photograph. This is a computer rendering, and that's the real photograph. This was about a month ago. What looked like this 1 year ago, not even 1 year ago, looks like that now. Almost the sewage is gone. The silt has been, 8,000 loads of silt has been removed, and all of it is out. The sewage is now down from 130 million liters a day to 5 million liters. And that last MLD problem, just like you have last mile problem in mobility, they are fixing the last of it. And hopefully that will also go away within another 6 months. And this was yesterday. Can you see that there is no sewage? There is no solid waste at all. And the water just filled up to the first step and didn't flood at all. They didn't flood the neighborhood at all. What looked like this, where people used to defecate and urinate, and it was a junkyard opposite the bus stand, now looks like that. Okay? What looked like this 1 year ago looks like this. Tender sure quality footpaths, perfectly well done. What looked like this looks like this. It has public parks with trees being planted. Already you can see the Tabubuya rosea blooming, etc. What looked like this looks like this now. And the walkways, you can see the walkway being created there. And this little bit of sewage will hopefully disappear or get diluted once the sewage treatment plant is ready. What looks like this, old city, looks like that now. Suddenly, the quality of urban infrastructure on both sides, the people living here are the poorest of the poor. You can see people have started painting their buildings. I wouldn't call it gentrification, but the city is starting to acquire dignity in these areas, which are really dirty and broken. And nobody has ever gone there and done anything to those roads because it is the lowest priority and it's in the center of the city. Okay, all the side streets have been concreted, new chambers have been laid, etc. So I'll stop here, Meera. So,
yep. Thank you,
Naresh. No, I'll just finish here. To pull this off, it required a gargantuan effort, almost like 200 people in the team. And we have a great contractor, a PWD contractor, Mr. Mithun of Star, who has taken it upon himself to prove that this can be done. Thank you.
Thanks, Naresh. Just have a couple of questions before I ask Satya, our last speaker. See, fundamentally, we talked about like all these three eggs, the earlier panelists, whatever they're talking about, whether it's public or private projects. At some level, it required vision, it required imagination, it required that commitment and enlightened, thought to go into all of this, right? So how scalable is it? End of the day, if you're looking at stakeholders in any kind of in a mass scale, we have not just architects and urban planners, but civil engineers and all your property owners and your developers and contractors and these investors, governments, right from your masons to recyclers, right? How do you get everybody buying in? Yes, things have to change. So it's a very, I don't know if that's an answer.
What you see is what you get, right? The direct impact of a project like this is the lowest level value of real estate in Bangalore is next to the drain. It's already going up. And the moment you see an economic benefit to that project, the government has already asked me and a few others now to look at all the valleys of Bangalore and create a long-term master plan, one by one, to fix the whole system. And it won't take very long. If the government is really serious, it can be done in the next three to 4 years. And you just have to follow the lessons we learned here. It's completely scalable with one proviso. The man at the top must have political will and vision to say, I want this done no matter what. The moment that we had the Chief Minister, Yediyurappa, who started this, was very clear that after the pilot, we go on. I do hope that his successors also. That is the only critical part, that the man at the top has to say yes. And the bureaucracy has to buy into this multi-stakeholder collaborative model rather than fighting with each other model. See, that these two are possible, I think everything is possible. But there are two big ifs, I agree.
So Amir had this question about what are the parameters you're tracking for this apart from the visual change?
Everything, water quality, amount of sewage coming inside, the solid waste, the whole area, solid waste collection methodology. We are tracking about almost some 20 odd parameters. I'm glad to talk to Samir separately. I have all the data. I'm tracking it. It's not a visual thing at all. I can only show pictures here. But you can go to the park today and you see children and women, a lot of people using the park in the evenings and playing. And suddenly there's a new park and a playground, almost an acre large in the city. So the psychological and social impact of this far outweigh any metricable parameters. And eventually it'll also become a green corridor, right? The whole thing, the amount of, it'll also become, and it's completely vehicle free. It's only pedestrian and little bit in some areas we're allowing cycles also.
Right. Okay. So let me just bring in the elements of sustainability as well. This is like a lot of it is resilience. It is about having functional actually drains and infrastructure. But if I just get into this aspect of sustainability as per today's themes, like how do you make it like profitable and scalable? Okay, this is a generic question. Again, I'd like Chitra and Nirmita and you as well to respond. And the question is, in normal projects, your external costs, whether it's emissions or pollution, none of that is factored in, right, into the price of your construction really. If you were to do that, obviously then sustainability will, sustainable projects will be more efficient. But in the normal course of things, this is the situation. So how do you kind of prove that this is actually a better thing to do? End of the day, like Naresh pointed out, you have to, only when there is economic value, people sit up and take notice. So how do you bring that to sustainability? And Satya, perhaps you would like to take this as well.
You will have to excuse me. I have to drop off this because unfortunately I have to go into another government call. So
okay,
thank you all for your time, and I will.
Thanks, Naresh.
So please get in touch with me directly. If any of you, anybody listening also would like to know more and how to get involved with the project, the more the merrier. It's all pro bono. No, none of us will get paid for it. But I think the city has given us a lot, and we have to give the city back something too. Thank you.
Thanks, Naresh. So yeah, Chitra, Satya, Nirmita, I'd like to take that question on how do you make this, how do you show the economic value of sustainability?
Well, what I would say is that when you show them the cost of maintenance, when you show them the cost of energy used, when you show them that there is water when there is no water. So I'm in this group, which is in our layout course, which they keep asking about, oh, the water came just for an hour 2 days back and it hasn't come. And when I write, well, it rained last night, there's silence. So it has to also come from within. When the city, like Naresh said, it has given us so much. When this wonderful city, which gives us 60 rainy days, which are enough to have drinking and cooking water for throughout the year, why do you have to not do rainwater harvesting? And this, when, and this, in 90s, Meera, 95, 96, there was this spurt of everybody putting up solar water heaters. Before that, when we told the clients that put up solar water heaters, they went. And the city used to cut off electricity precisely at 8 o'clock when you want to get ready to go to the office. There's no electricity, there is no geyser, is not working. And immediately people adopted solar water heaters. So it's, it's the fact that you're going to save money by adopting these alternatives or these, I would say, sensible options. And when you get to know that this also helps you during the crises, and if you're not really affected by hedonism, then you won't do it. But when you have the wherewithals and you would do it, you will have to do it. That's the only way to scale. Why is this city with the largest number of earth buildings, with the largest number of photovoltaics? It's because the citizens know about it. Citizens are, I would say, educated. So we have to start doing that. And we have to pay the ecological cost. You said that at the very beginning of the sentence. If people don't pay ecological cost, I'm sorry, it's going to be very difficult to look at alternatives. So let people pay.
Yeah, you want to come in?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Not reacting to what Naresh has done. So once you call upon me, I'll then come in. For
Okay. No, this is more a generic thing about like everybody looks at economics and how do you like put a value on sustainability because it's not immediately tangible. Nirmata, you want to like add to this?
Yeah. Just very quickly, because I mean, we work with a myriad of stakeholders, right? So when it comes to private players, like the real estate developers that we were working with for labor colonies, it is all about the ROI and the operational costs and how you can reduce those and make it much more economically, I think, friendly for them to be able to uptake much more sustainable practices. But when you're working with community directly, it becomes a lot more complicated because for them, it is again something, it becomes very difficult to make sustainability viable when you're talking about a 300 square foot or a 200 square foot house. And for us, I think it's also about sort of a lot of awareness and co-designing activities when it comes to making communities, I think, understand about health implications, quality of life, quality of livelihoods. And I think it becomes a lot more about that aspect as opposed to just looking at the economics of sustainability. And that's where the battle is. And we're trying to sort of build a lot more of evidence in that space and communicate visually through workshops, XYZ, with the communities that we work with. So it's, I don't think I have an answer.
Have you been able to make it aspirational? Because everybody would like, I mean, if you look at the big buildings have glass, have, all the fancy stuff. So why should anybody else be left behind?
Which is why when we work with communities, it's not just a one-pronged answer. Again, like we don't give them just one solution as an option. You have to sort of have a platter of options provided to them, and maybe one of them is the most sustainable and most ideal, but then what eventually gets selected or doesn't necessarily have to be, but we sort of then augment it through, I mean, if it's consuming a lot more energy, then we augment it through solar. If there is a lot more sort of cooling application that's required, then we look at low AC, low energy air conditioning. So I mean, there are the ways that you can package solutions for communities. And I think, which is why when I was presenting, we were also focusing on how people first, and what is sustainable for them needs to be the most, or aspirational for them needs to be the most solution. I think when we started off, we were also being a little bit too romantic about it, but then I think we've gone a lot more practical, a lot more, I think, better at cracking what is solutions that communities actually require right now. So yeah.
Chitra, one question for you in terms of this, some of these design elements, especially vernacular design, like mud walls and courtyards and, passive design to reduce energy consumption, all of this. Can we afford this? I mean, it's okay if it's like an independent house or like, a low flow house, etc. But can we afford the space and also the skills? I mean, are there enough people with the skills to, to do a good job? Like, because there's a skepticism, okay, can you really build mud walls which are like, can last long, can be resilient, all of that?
Yeah. First thing I would say that I don't like to put ourselves in this whole vernacular stuff, because no, we're not using vernacular. We're using probably the cutting edge of technology, which is with sensibility. Okay. So what we're talking about, and even earlier Manu Gopal and others are talking about, is to use the waste. Let's say we use waste instead of the concrete walls. Let's use what is below our feet rather than what's coming from somewhere else. So earth, which we're using in Bangalore, the earth is one of the best earth possible to build with. And so we're using a basement, and every building has a basement. Don't your tall buildings have basements? They have basements. Don't the tall buildings have walls inside? Let's forget the glass which is outside, but inside, toilets, partitions, they all have walls. Why can't you use the earth from it? That's where I come to the carrying capacity. Carrying capacity, let's just take of getting material from you, that very land where you're going to build. Now, if I'm going to get the 300 cubic meters of soil, I build only that much. My construction should finish within 300 cubic meters of soil, not with another 800 cubic meters of materials which come from outside. Shall we make our bylaws like that? Rather than make bylaws of obfuscated bylaws. Okay, so that's one thing. And skills. This is nothing more than any skill any other mason has to do. You're not saying that go about making arches and walls and domes. No. You're filling up walls. You go ahead, do your columns and beams, the shear walls where it's needed. The rest, fill it up with this. And it would be done by any mason. The masons are extremely skilled. We tend to keep saying that, oh, they won't know anything and they have come. No, they know how to lay a wall, and you know that. And why can't architects, the engineers know that basic skill, and you could do that. So it doesn't require an Einstein. It just requires a good idea, and that to be followed diligently. So it can be done by anybody. And tall buildings have their own issues. Why make tall buildings for living? I think we have enough and more evidence which says that they're not really great for living with families. You can't see your child playing and the child can't get connected to the ground. So all that's there. Let's decide on tall buildings where we need low level buildings. It need not be everywhere. You could have ground plus 3 buildings for living, but tall buildings for offices, fine. Look at rationality. Naresh is back.
Thanks, Chitra. So I have a lot more questions, but I think it's very important to get Satya Prakash Varanasi in now. Satya is going to talk about introspecting ecology. Like before we start looking at the external world, we need to take a step back and look within. And I think it's an important aspect that after all this entire day of listening to various people talking about various kind of ideas and interventions, but to also kind of come back and, think through this point as well. Satya, over to you.
Thanks. If not for your invite and suggestion, I would not have been here. Thank you, Meera. But you are placing me on the wrong side of the whole day as the last speaker. Not as the last speaker, really. I enjoy being the last speaker. If any academic event, if they ask me to speak, faculty development program and all that, I typically request them, can I be the last speaker? Lesser number of people, more attention, quiet. but not for that reason here. We have put me after Naresh. I just went through the chat box. There are about 18 people who have said, wow. So, after such a stellar performance of Naresh, I think I have no performance to share. After such stellar speech by all those people who have spoken with so much of knowledge, data, proposals, search in the internet, in the books, their own thoughts, Meera, I have none to share. I really have none. Hardly I do internet search, I hardly read nowadays of this kind. And it was also nice to read Hariharan's last message that he says, it's very, very positive note, Hari, if you're still there around, you're saying that sustainability will come largely from what the government does. So there is hope. But then, in what could be loosely called as a journey towards eco-friendly architecture, we are now in our 30th year. Nearly 29 years ago we started, not knowing we are into eco-friendly building, following Shankar Khan days and Laurie Baker and Jaisim. We started with basically working natural materials and light and ventilation. And years passed by, and one heard about many other things, thanks to the fact that I have been a lot into academics. So when one heard about what's happening, just like everybody else, I also thought the buildings are to be blamed. We have to blame the material. We have to change the material. We have to calculate the daylight factor in a building. We have to calculate water consumption and whatnot. And the path to sustainability, one thought, is to look at buildings. I'm as an architect. I also have a little background in heritage conservation and urban design. So in all the fields, one thought, come on, let's look at urban design. Let's look at heritage conservation. Went on. Lots of seminars, conferences, ideation. But one day one realized that building was possibly what I desired. That building was possibly I designed. So whom should I blame? Should I blame the building? Should I blame myself? And another time started where one started to blame oneself. If I have to design the building as a green rated building, I really appreciate IGBC's contribution to India. If not for IGBC, those billions of square foot would have consumed much, much more energy. Now they are consuming less energy thanks to IGBC or ECBC codes or many other things which have happened around. Definitely, yes. But if I have to design a green building, the first challenge is I have to become green. If I'm all red and if I say I'm designing green building, then there is a hypocrisy inside me. Your Ananthamurthy often used to refer to this in his public talks. He used to say that one of the greatest tragedy most of us individuals go through possibly could be Kannadadalli helodadre ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಸುಳ್ಳಾಗಬಾರದು. We should not become false inside us. We should not become false inside us. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಳಗೆ ಸುಳ್ಳಾಗಬಾರದು. So one started to realize that that is more important. Before one talks about reducing the natural resource consumption in a building, before one talks about the carbon footprint of a building, maybe I should have lesser carbon footprint. Maybe I should consume lesser natural resources. Maybe I should create lesser waste. Maybe I should cause lesser greenhouse gas emission. It's not about steel and cement, which contributes around 15% or so of the greenhouse gas emission. But how much am I causing? But then can one survive running an architecture office for income? We are a very small scale office. We just do middle class, upper middle class houses. And for last people have asked me, Satya, your office is nearly stagnant. Last 25 years, there is no growth in the office. It's the same thing. Yes, of course it is. So, but then we have to design, we have to build. Okay. So we decided to build, making alternate plan patterns, materials, whatever else it is. But then one realizes slowly, what, this whole act of designing, be it architecture design, urban design, streets, be it policies, be it whatever it is, be it projects, be it finances, funding, whatever it is. Let me use the word build because it's easier as an architect. One realized that designing all these, from projects to policies to whatever, designing all this is important, of course. But designing all this is not really deciding how to build, but it is deciding how to live. And if I'm not thinking how to live, then whatever I do will be shallow. I've also been to lots of seminars and conferences, and then I realized my shallowness. 99% of what I've spoken has neither been remembered by people, nor has been implemented. And 99% of what others have spoken, maybe I don't remember, and maybe they have not been implemented. Across the decades, I'm saying. My journey in a seminar started with architecture, then heritage conservation, now ecology. This is one of the few I'm attending nowadays. And all these that we discuss, research, academia, policies, projects, seminars, where are they? Largely in a philosophical way, they are outside of me. They are outside me. They are not inside me. So I am talking a lot about extrovert ideas. Am I introverting them? Are they inside me? Spiritually speaking, philosophically speaking. And I realized most of them were not inside me. They were outside me. So I happily go to seminars, stand on the platform, rostrum, talk, people clap. I go home and then I do something else. Next day I do something else. Next day I do something else. So what's all this? And all this ecological awareness that I have picked up, what ecological action have I contributed? Hardly any. Maybe a few houses, somebody may claim to have lower embodied energy, or maybe it has a little lower life cycle cost, or maybe it has a little higher recyclability of materials whenever it has to get demolished. Someday it will get demolished. We all know it. We all know it. So where does it come from, or where does it not come from? If design is a matter of mind, and if construction is an extension of thoughts, then this mind and thoughts become important. But what are my minds doing? What are my thoughts doing? I looked at myself. I look for professional identity and visibility. Of course, I look for novelty and creativity. I look for comforts, perfection. I look for fame, name, income, growth, power. I've just listed here, and this I'm reading out. So I desire visibility, creativity, novelty, comforts, perfection, fame, name, income, growth, power, popularity, possessions, success. All these I seek. And none of these contributes to ecology. Not even one of them will contribute to ecology, I realized. If I have to contribute ecology, somewhere one has to shed some of them. Maybe in a very theoretical, theological, spiritual, philosophical, whatever way one may speak about it. And if I can't change my mind, if I can't change my thoughts, if I can't do that, then what's the point in talking? If I can't walk my talk, why talk? I realize I have to change myself and not let the climate change. But there are no solutions. I have no proposals. And life has to go on. So thoughts have to go on. Mind has to go on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions on this. I think you've left us a lot of ideas and thoughts to chew over, to mull over. And yeah, it's 4:10 now, so I think we need to wrap up this particular session. There are a lot of these questions, and we will taking this up going to have a more informal conversation following this. But for now, thanks to all the